Hi.
It's live.
So
Good morning,
everyone.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let's go. I know that you have been very excited to watch this very exciting event today morning. Although we have a lot of clouds across India, and it's like the sun is coming and going, we do see it peeping through at many places, and people are waiting for the morning, everyone. So I know that you're especially excited to is being brought to you by IUCAA, ASI-POEC, and the Astronomical Society of India's Public Outreach and Education Committee. So to begin with, let me welcome all the panelists here who are joining us right now. And to start with, I will ask Professor Somak Raichaudhary, Director of the Indian University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, to start off the exciting time that we'll have over the next 4 hours. So.
Sorry.
Shomak, you need to unmute yourself.
No, it's all right.
Yes.
Welcome. Good morning. This is a wonderful day. Yeah, I wish I could see through the clouds though here in Pune. But it's a wonderful day, and we just passed the exact time of the summer solstice. And on the day of the solstice, we have a wonderful event, and that is the Annular Solar Eclipse, visible from India. I'm Somak Raichaudhary, and this is from IUCAA in Pune. And we, together with the Astronomical Society of India, we are organizing this this live event, where we will all through the event talk about eclipse and eclipse-related matters, as well as watch the eclipse from various parts of India, even if we can't see through the clouds here. And here at IUCAA, we have a very widespread program for engaging with the public. We have an education and public outreach program that's called Science Popularization Program. And as a result of that, we have in the local area, I mean, in and around Pune, we started engaging with school students, school teachers, and the general public various times of the year with lots of events, hands-on events, public lectures, engaging with students, engaging with teachers. And then this is spread to many parts of the state in Maharashtra. Of course, we now do quite a lot of public outreach events near where we have astronomical facilities, near our own astronomical facility in Giravali in north of Pune, near the GMRT. And then now we are setting up quite a lot of such activities in the Hingoli, Nanded area, where the LIGO observatory will start up. Now, through events like this, of course, and together with the Astronomical Society of India, we can reach all over India. And so this is a wonderful event in which we can take our efforts and reach everywhere. And of course, it's not just India, we can reach anywhere in the world. But today, this particular eclipse is being viewed. It is already starting almost, I think. And it can be viewed from South Asia, from Pakistan and India, all across the north. And we hope people have good weather up there, and much better than ours. So we will also talk about who the other people here are representing the other organizations. So Aniket, will you talk about a little bit about yourself and about the Astronomical Society of India, who's participating in this?
Thank you so much. So my name is Aniket Sude. I work at Homeova Center for Science Education, Mumbai. Today here, as Professor Raichaudhary said, that we are representing a Public Outreach and Education Committee, POEC, of Astronomical Society of India. Astronomical Society of India, as many of you would know, is the organization representing the professional astronomers in the country. It has many different events and conferences and various other activities. One part of the activity is this Public Outreach Committee, which focuses on taking astronomy to people and also developing materials for astronomy education. So today I will be representing POEC. Obviously, our main host Samir Dhurde is also a member of POEC committee. We do uh, do astronomy outreach through social media, and we also organize various meetings to discuss the ways to have more effective outreach, and as well as ways to develop new educational materials. Uh, Today, I would like to mention one particular thing is for last few eclipses, we have been running this campaign of hashtag eclipse eating on social media. That is, during the eclipse, you can eat or drink something which you like, and take your selfie, post it on social media with hashtag eclipse eating. We want to dispel the myth that there is nothing. There is a myth that people are afraid of eating or drinking anything during eclipse. We want to dispel that myth. So we want people to see that many science enthusiasts around the country are eating and drinking during the eclipse, and nothing happens to them.
Thanks, Aniket. Surut, would you like to say something?
Hello everyone. I'm Surud More from IUCAA. I look after the science education and outreach at IUCAA, along with Samir Dhurde. And so today I'm here to talk about this eclipse, and I will also be talking in Marathi. So if there are questions in Marathi, then I can respond to them in Marathi. So please welcome and keep tuned to this eclipse streaming. We have lots and lots of programs, and there will be panelists who will be shuffling in and out as the time progresses. Thanks.
So till we are waiting for the first contact of the eclipse, that is the start of the eclipse. Can one of you quickly explain to our viewers how exactly solar eclipses happen?
Yeah, sure. So I have a short presentation about it. Is it okay if I share?
Yeah,
Go
sure.
for it.
Yeah, and just let me know if you want me to talk in Marathi or English.
So
and
first, let's do this in English, and then you can do a summary of that in Marathi, and probably Professor Raju, you can do it as a summary in Bengali as well.
Sure, yes.
I'd love to talk in Bengali. I don't know how many people, do we know where we are being watched from?
I think people will see the feed even after the eclipse, so it is better that we should have the summary in different languages.
Okay.
Just a short summary.
Yeah, so are you able to see my screen right now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, great. Yeah. So let me start by telling you how why eclipse happens, right? So here what you're seeing are cartoon pictures of the sun, which is here, yellow blob, the moon, which is a gray blob here, and then the earth, which looks blue. Of course, these are not to scale, and this is just to give you an idea of what are the reasons, the physical reason behind the eclipse, right? So normally what happens is this moon is not in between the earth and the sun, and you can see the entirety of the sun from the places on the earth where it is daytime, right? But once in a while, what happens is the orbit of the moon, it brings it in between the sun and the earth. Okay? And when the moon comes in between the sun and the earth, then you can start to see some shadow forming behind the moon, right? Behind the side of the moon, which is opposite to the sun, you'll start to see a shadow forming, right? Now this shadow, if it falls on the earth at that place, so in between this region here, you cannot see any part of the sun. Okay, so when you are at that location which is denoted by this particular region here, then you will not be able to see the sun at all, and that will cause a complete blockage of the sun, right? So this particular region, it's called the umbra, okay? And if you are in this region, then you will see if you look at the sun at that point of time, of course with appropriate precautions, then you will see something which looks like this. Okay, so you will have completely blocked out the sun, and the reason for that is no rays from the sun can actually reach you in this particular region. Okay, but then there is also another region, right, which is this interesting part here. Okay, this region is called the penumbra, and if you see here, you can see that some rays of the sun get blocked from this region, but not all of them. So for example, rays coming from this side, they can still reach this region here. Okay, but rays coming from this side, they get blocked completely in this region. Okay? So in that case, what you will be seeing is a partial blocking of the sun. Okay? So that is what's written here. So in this region of the Earth, you will have a partial blocking of the sun. And then when you go out and try to see the sun, again, using safe methods, then you will see something like this, okay? Which you see in this picture. So that's called a partial solar eclipse. This is a total solar eclipse. Okay? So sometimes what happens is we know that the moon is not going around in a circle around the Earth. Instead, it is going around in an ellipse. And so what happens is, depending upon the distance between the Earth and the moon at the time when the eclipse happens, you can be in also this kind of a situation. Okay, so as I explained, this is the region where you can see a complete blockage of the sun, right? But then there is another region which can form in between if there is a large distance between the Earth and the moon. Okay, and so this particular region is called the antumbra. Okay, and in this particular region, what happens is if you are in this particular region, then you will see the entire full moon on top of the sun's disk. Okay, and so there is some region of the sun which is still visible at the borders. Okay, and so this doesn't call a full blockage of the sun. It's still a partial blockage of the sun, but instead of seeing like a half disk, which you are seeing here, what you see is the full moon's disk overlapping the solar disk as well. Okay, so you start to see the border of the sun in this particular region here. Okay, so this region is called the antumbra, and then you still have a penumbra where you will see a partial solar eclipse. Okay. So today's situation, let's look at what is happening today, right? So in today's situation, what you will find is that we are very close to the apex of this umbra. Okay, so this apex of the umbra is very close to touching the surface of the Earth. And so at this point of time, what happens is the moon is going to mostly block out the sun. The region around the sun which remains is very, very tiny. Okay, and so this can give you an appearance of a ring of fire as well. Okay? And so that's very, very special. It requires a lot of fine tuning, right? It requires the moon to be at the right distance, and you to be present at that particular location as well. So this location is going to be in the northern parts of India. So they will see mostly the sun will be mostly blocked. But they will see a slight ring outside as well.
Surud,
yes,
there is one request from our viewers that can you also give us a short summary of what you said so far in Hindi?
Oh, in Hindi. Okay, my Hindi is not that great. So let me try. Okay.
Aniket can try.
Yes. So मुझे आपको ये बताना था कि ये जो ग्रहण है ये होने का कारण जो है ये सूर्य और पृथ्वी के बीच में जब चंद्र आता है तो ये ग्रहण होते हैं। तो आप इस डायग्राम में ये देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे सूर्य है, यहाँ पे चंद्र है और यहाँ पे अपनी पृथ्वी है। तो यहाँ पे ये जो क्षेत्र है इधर आप अगर रहेंगे तो सूर्य की जो पूरी डिस्क है वो आपको दिखाई नहीं देगी, उसमें से कोई भी किरण आपके पास आ नहीं पाएगा। तो ये जो छाया वाला क्षेत्र है यहाँ पे अगर आप जाओगे तो आपको इस तरह का चित्र दिखाई देगा। अगर आप सूर्य की तरफ देखोगे, ऑफ कोर्स गॉगल लगा के या फिर एक मिरर से आप उसकी प्रतिमा बना सकते हैं। अगर आप ऐसे देखेंगे तो इस तरह का चित्र आपको दिखाई देगा। लेकिन ये छाया की बजाय अगर आप इधर रहते हो, इसको उपछाया कहते हैं आई थिंक। तो ये जो उपछाया के क्षेत्र में अगर आप होंगे तो आपको इस तरह का सूर्य ग्रहण दिखाई देगा, जहां पे पार्शियली कवर होगा। ये जो चंद्रमा है वो सूर्य को पार्शियली कवर करेगा, ठीक है। लेकिन आप कभी कभी ये जो अंतर है चंद्रमा और पृथ्वी के बीच का, ये फिक्स नहीं है। ये जो अंतर है वो चेंज होते रहता है, मतलब उसमें बदल होता है। तो अगर ये अंतर जो है वो ज्यादा हो गया तो कभी कभी ये जो क्षेत्र है जहां पे आपको पूरी तरह से सूर्य नहीं दिखाई देता है वो पृथ्वी के ऊपर गिरता नहीं है, उसके बजाय आप इस क्षेत्र में रहते हो जिसको हम प्रतिछाया कहते हैं। और अगर ये प्रतिछाया के क्षेत्र में आप होंगे तो आपको चंद्र का जो चंद्र की डिस्क है वो पूरी तरह से कवर नहीं करती है सूर्य को, लेकिन पार्शियली कवर करती है। और ये जो पार्शियल कवरेज है ये इधर के पार्शियल कवरेज से थोड़ा सा अलग है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे आपको चंद्रमा की पूरी डिस्क दिखाई देगी सूर्य के डिस्क के ऊपर। तो ये जो है इसको एन्युलर सोलर एक्लिप्स कहते हैं। लेकिन आज का जो इवेंट है वो थोड़ा स्पेशल है, क्योंकि ना ही हम चंद्र के काफी करीब है ना ही काफी दूर है। तो इसलिए ये जो रीजन है ये हम ये जो एपेक्स है इस कोन का, यानी कि गॉड्स एंड डेइटीज, आई एम सॉरी, मुझे कोई हेल्प कर सकता है या समीर या अनिकेत? ये जो त्रिकोण का जो पॉइंट है, ये जो पॉइंट है वो पृथ्वी के सतल पर गिरने वाला है। तो ये जो पॉइंट है
की ये छाया है एक शंकु की तरह होती है, और शंकु का ये सबसे ऊपरी बिंदु जो है इसको एपेक्स कहते हैं।
ये जो एपेक्स है वो जस्ट टच करने वाला है पृथ्वी को। तो ये बहुत ही स्पेशल ऐसा ओकेजन है। तो इस कारण यहाँ पे अगर आप होंगे तो आपको ये दिखाई देगा कि चंद्र जो है वो सूर्य को लगभग पूरी तरह से कवर करने वाला है, लेकिन एक छोटी सी जो रिंग है बाहर वाली वो आपको दिखाई देने वाली है। तो ये जो चित्र है ये ऐसे चित्र हमें भारत के पूर्वी जो राज्य है हरियाणा, वहां पे आपको फॉर एग्जांपल दिखाई देंगे। हरियाणा, उत्तराखंड एज वेल आई थिंक। लेकिन पुणे से जहां से अभी ये ब्रॉडकास्ट कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे हम इस वाले क्षेत्र में हैं, तो हमें पार्शियल ब्लॉकेज दिखाई देगा। तो इसका मतलब पुणे से हमें इस तरह का चित्र दिखाई देगा। और अगर आप हरियाणा या जो भी एक छोटा सा एरिया है भारत में,
ये बेल्ट जो है एन्युलर इक्लिप्स का, वो राजस्थान के कुछ जिलों में शुरू होगा, फिर हरियाणा, पंजाब, हिमाचल प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड से होके वो नेपाल में जाएगा।
That's right. राइट। तो क्योंकि ये जो हम बहुत ही स्पेशल ऐसे केस में है, इसलिए ये जो स्ट्रिप है वो बहुत ही छोटी है। तो यू हैव टू बी, मतलब आपको जो जगह है जहां पे वो छाया गिरने वाली है एग्जैक्टली अगर आप वहां पे होंगे तो ये दृश्य दिखाई देगा। आप अगर थोड़ा सा 100 किलोमीटर ऊपर या 100 किलोमीटर नीचे रहेंगे तो आपको ये जो पार्शियल ब्लॉक, ये जो कंप्लीट ब्लॉकेज है वो नहीं दिखाई देगा, जस्ट पार्शियली ब्लॉक दिखाई देगा।
Okay, Surud, we will come back to you.
Yes, sure.
But would either Samir or Professor Achudhary, can you give a short summary in Bangla as well?
Oh, acha, okay. I can try that. সূর্য গ্রহণ আজকে বলয় গ্রহণ, আজকে পূর্ণ বলয় গ্রহণ। বলয় গ্রহণ হয় যখন চাঁদ আসে সূর্য আর পৃথিবীর মাঝখানে। এই ছবিতে সূর্য হচ্ছে কি হলদে, পৃথিবী দেখানো হচ্ছে একটা নীল গোলাকার গোলাকৃতি। এখানে কিন্তু আসলে সূর্য আর পৃথিবীর যেটা আকার সেটা একদম এখানে সেই স্কেলে নয়। তো এই চাঁদ যখন আসে সূর্য আর পৃথিবীর মাঝখানে, তখন চাঁদের ছায়া পড়ে পৃথিবীর কোন একটা জায়গায়, সব জায়গায় নয়, খুব ছোট জায়গায়। এবার ভারতের উত্তর ভারতে এবং পাকিস্তান এবং কিছু কিছু মিডল ইস্টের জায়গার মধ্যে দিয়ে ছায়াটা যাচ্ছে। এই ছায়ার আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি হিমালয় হিমাচল প্রদেশে, হরিয়ানা আর রাজস্থানের কিছু অংশ থেকে, এবং অন্যান্য ভারতের অন্যান্য জায়গা থেকে পূর্ণ সূর্যগ্রহণ দেখা যাবে না, আর পুরোটা কিছুটা আংশিক দেখা যাবে। এবং এই ছায়ার আর কিছুই না, সূর্যগ্রহণ শুধু ছায়া, চাঁদের ছায়া পৃথিবীর উপর। এই ছায়ার অনেক রকম রূপ আছে। একটা সময় এই ছবিতে যেরকম দেখা যাচ্ছে যে চাঁদ এসে গেছে সূর্য আর পৃথিবীর মাঝখানে, কিন্তু পূর্ণ সূর্যকে কভার করতে পারেনি, যার ফলে আজকে যেটা দেখা যাবে সেটা হচ্ছে বলয় গ্রহণ। বলয় গ্রহণ, সূর্য পুরোপুরি ঢাকা পড়বে না, 95% ঢাকা পড়বে, এবং চাঁদের চারপাশে, চাঁদের যে ছায়াটা, তার চারপাশে সূর্যের যে বাইরের অংশ সেটুকু দেখা যাবে, সেই জন্য এটাকে বলা হয় বলয় গ্রহণ। I think that covers it. Let's move on.
Yeah, Surud, would you like to give a very short summary in Marathi as well?
Yeah, sure. तर आज जे आहे ते आपण सूर्यग्रहण जे आहे ते आपण आज बघणार आहोत तिथून. हा जो टेलिकास्ट आहे त्याच्यावरती आपण पूर्णपणे प्रक्षेपण करणार आहोत ज्या ज्या घडामोडी होत राहतील त्याचं. तर सुरुवातीला मला हे सांगायचं होतं की हे जे सूर्यग्रहण असते ते कसं होते, त्याच्यासाठी आपण या इथले जे काही चित्र आहेत ते बघू शकता. इथे सूर्य आहे, मग चंद्र आहे, आणि मग त्याच्यानंतर इथे पृथ्वी दाखवलेली आहे. तर जेव्हा चंद्र हा सूर्य आणि पृथ्वीच्या मध्ये येतो आणि बरोबर त्याची जी सावली असते, ही जी छाया आहे, ती जेव्हा पृथ्वीवरती पडते त्यावेळेला तिथे ग्रहण होतं असं आपण म्हणतो. तर आपण ग्रहण जे आहे ते ग्रहणाच्या वेळी आपण जर ही जी छाया आहे त्या छायेच्या क्षेत्रामध्ये जर असू तर आपल्याला इथून कुठलेच सूर्यापासून येणारे किरण आहेत ते दिसणार नाही, आणि ते दिसणार नाही. त्याच्यामुळे आपल्याला हे जे अशा प्रकारचं सूर्यग्रहण आहे ते दिसायला लागतं. ओके, की ज्याच्यामध्ये चंद्राची ही जी पूर्ण डिस्क आहे ती पूर्णपणे सूर्याला झाकून टाकते. ओके, पण त्याच्याऐवजी या रिजनच्या ऐवजी जर आपण इथल्या रिजनवरती असू, या क्षेत्रामध्ये जर असू कुठेही, तर तिथे आपल्याला असं लक्षात येईल की सूर्याची पूर्णपणे, चंद्राची जी पूर्णपणे सावली आहे ती आपल्याला तिथे पडत नाही. तर ही जी आहे सावली तिला उपछाया म्हणतात, कारण की काही जो भाग आहे सूर्याचा तो हा चंद्र जो आहे तो कव्हर करतो, पण इकडनं येणारे जे सूर्यकिरण असतात ते तरीही आपल्याला पोहोचू शकतात. तर त्याच्यामुळे काही भाग कव्हर होतो आणि काही भाग नाही कव्हर होत. तर त्याला आपण खंडग्रास सूर्यग्रहण असं म्हणतो. तर या प्रकारचे सावलींच्या खेळामुळे आपल्याला हे सूर्यग्रहण जे आहेत ते दिसतात. पण हे आपल्याला लक्षात ठेवायला पाहिजे की चंद्र जो आहे तो पृथ्वीपासून एकाच अंतरावरती नाहीये, तर तो जो फिरताना त्याचे अंतर जे आहे पृथ्वीपासूनचे ते थोडंसं बदलत राहतं, आणि ते बदलल्यामुळे कधी कधी सूर्यग्रहणाच्या वेळी असं होतं की चंद्र बऱ्यापैकी लांब असतो पृथ्वीपासून, आणि त्यावेळेला ही जी सावली आहे, जी कोनाकृती सावली आहे चंद्राची, ती आपल्या पृथ्वीवरती पडत नाही. तर त्याच्याऐवजी आपल्याला ही जी प्रतिछाया आपण ज्याला म्हणू शकतो ती प्रतिछाया पडते पृथ्वीवर, आणि त्या प्रतिछायाचे जर आपण क्षेत्रामध्ये कुठे असू तर आपल्याला असं दिसून येईल की ही जी चंद्र आहे त्याचा जो पूर्ण डिस्क आहे ती आपल्याला सूर्याच्या वरती आपल्याला पूर्णपणे गोलाकृती ही जी डिस्क आहे ती दिसून येते. पण पूर्ण जो सूर्य आहे त्याला आपण कव्हर नाही करत, तर त्याच्याऐवजी चंद्र जो आहे तो थोडासा भाग जो आहे सूर्याचा, जो बाजूचा बाहेरचा बॉर्डर जे आहे ते अजूनही आपल्याला दिसून येते. तर त्याला कंकणाकृती सूर्यग्रहण असं आपण म्हणतो. पण आजचं जे सूर्यग्रहण आहे ते थोडंसं स्पेशल आहे, कारण की नाही आपण खूप जवळ आहोत चंद्राच्या, नाही आपण खूप दूर आहोत. तर आपण बरोबर ही जी कोनाकृती जी सावली आहे त्याचा जो हा सगळ्यात वरचा जो टोकाचा भाग आहे तो जो भाग आहे तो पृथ्वीवरती पडणार, आणि तो भाग पृथ्वीवरती पडत असेल जर तुम्ही अगदी बरोबर त्या जागी असाल, आणि ही जी जागा आहे ती राजस्थान, त्याच्यानंतर हरियाणा, उत्तराखंड, या सगळ्या जे राज्य आहे त्या राज्यात ती तो जो बिंदू आहे तो मूव्ह होणार आहे. तर त्या जागेवरनं आपल्याला असं दिसेल की चंद्र बरोबर त्याची जी साईज आहे आणि सूर्याचा जो आपल्याला दिसणारा साईज आहे तो बरोबर मॅच्ड असेल, आणि तो बरोबर मॅच्ड असल्यामुळे बऱ्यापैकी मॅच असल्यामुळे आपल्याला या अशा प्रकारचं रिंग ऑफ फायर ज्याला म्हणतात की त्याच्या बाजूला जे सूर्याचं छोटंसं वलय जे आहे ते अगदी छोटंसं वलय आपल्याला दिसणार आहे. तर अशा प्रकारचं जे सूर्यग्रहण आहे ते आज आपण बघणार आहोत. ऑफकोर्स आम्ही हे जे प्रक्षेपण आहे ते पुण्यावरनं करत आहोत, पण आमच्याकडे बरेचसे लाईव्ह फीड्स येत आहेत देशाच्या उत्तरेकडील भागातून देखील, आणि त्याच्यामुळे आपण तिथनं जे काही चित्र आपल्याला मिळणार आहेत तेही आपल्याला आपणापर्यंत आपण पोहोचवणार आहोत. तर तुम्ही जस्ट हा.
Yeah, so many of our viewers are wondering why we have not switched to live feed yet. So we just want to tell them that as they might have guessed, at several places clouds are playing spoil sport. Yes. So we are just waiting for a feed where there is no cloud cover and we can see live pictures. As soon as we get those pictures, we will switch to those pictures.
That's right.
I think we can we should find one. I can't believe that it's entirely cloudy from all the way from Rajasthan to Uttarakhand and everywhere. Are we under a monsoon cloud right now? Probably not there. So let's find a place in Rajasthan or somewhere like that where we can see it now. And we hope the cloud will all clear a little later.
So we are reaching a phase. We've been half an hour into the kind of the eclipse starting in Pune. And we are reaching a phase where we are getting some feeds. So there's a Haryana feed. Surud, if you could take off your screen sharing.
Yeah, sure.
We'll now start showing the feed from Haryana. And I'll also would like to invite in Professor Divya Oberoi and Professor Priya Hassan and Professor Yogesh Shauche, who are joining us for the next bit of time that we'll spend here. So, okay. Right. So amazing explanations in the first half hour in 3 languages. We've achieved something I don't think any other channel is achieving right now. And so there are several people asking on.
Any of your our other participants, let's see how many languages we can cover today. So let's see if any of our other participants later on today can also explain the Grahan in other langugues.
Yes,
we'll surely make a note of that.
Languages, but we'll keep languages except Hindi and English quite short. So most of the telecast will be in Hindi or English.
That's right.
Yes, and welcome to the other people. I mean, I'm going to leave and come back and drop in from time to time.
To join us near the maximum phase, that will be close to the 12 o'clock. Everybody should come back definitely at 12 o'clock, but stay on if you can. This is going to be an exciting time. We'll have lots of scientific explanations from a lot of astronomers joining us in very short time. Yeah. Thanks, Professor Raichaudhuri.
Yeah. So we have Samir, if you don't mind.
Yes, please, Surud.
Yeah, so I was going to say that because we have been experiencing clouds here and at different places, there is one experiment that everyone can try. And so this is with the mirror, right? And if you have a mirror like this at home, then you can try to project the image of the sun using this mirror on some wall. And if you are trying to do it now from Pune, for example, I was trying to do it with my daughter in the morning just to show her that this works. Then you will be able to see the disk of the sun. Just make sure that you project it at a very far away distance. And you use a mirror like this. It may not be just a circular shape, it could be any shape. And it's perfectly fine. And you should be starting to see some partial solar eclipse just with this small kind of piece as well.
That's a good use of a household instrument right now. I also have a small mirror placed in my window. I can see that the sun is going off and on through the clouds. Still, I can't really go out of the window to do this interview. I think we will be shifting very soon to a scene where you all are seen on the YouTube channel, but alongside there'll be a small window in which we'll be showing the live events that we are getting. So it's like a picture-in-picture in a TV window. So, but then we will continue with the explanations, and we have Professor Divya Oberoi joining us. He's also the secretary of the Astronomical Society of India and a solar astronomer. So that's a double combination that we have right here. So, Div, what would you like to say about this?
Thanks, Samir. Thanks, everyone. Well, this is certainly a wonderful event to be able to witness in person, I guess, even though we are seeing it across the screen. And this is such a way to demystify, right, what has traditionally in every culture being attributed to some supernatural power. And just as our understanding about our universe, our own solar system has been increasing, we see this just as a game of shadows, right? It's just the blockage of light because of the moon coming in between the sun and the earth, and which is giving rise to this beautiful celestial spectacle which we see. And just because there has been a lot of talk about it in the recent times about how this might have an impact on the coronavirus, I just wanted to sort of take a minute to say that, well, this is not going to reduce whatever the corona pandemic is doing in any way whatsoever, right? This is just blockage of light. If you really want to kill the virus, you need more light, not less. Also, if you think about it, this, like was being discussed just earlier, this shadow covers only a small part of the earth, and that too only for a short time. So for most of the eclipse, or most of the earth, sorry, there is no eclipse, right? So for them, nothing is happening. Also, there is a much deeper eclipse which takes place every night when half of the earth is in its own shadow. So if the blocking of the light was going to kill the virus, it would have already happened a long time ago, right? Yeah. And also, it is the UV light which you need to kill the virus, right? You've probably heard about many different devices which are being made, which are making use of UV light to kill the virus. That UV light from the sun hardly reaches the surface of the earth. It gets absorbed in the atmosphere which is there. So none of the reasons which are useful for killing the virus are actually at play during this time. So I'm afraid we will have to continue to take all our precautions in spite of all the hype which has been around there. So go out only when necessary, physical distancing when you're out, use face masks, don't touch things unnecessarily, try to avoid touching your own faces, wash or sanitize your hands frequently. All the things which you already know about, I'm afraid we are going to have to continue to do. So please don't pin your hopes on the coronavirus going away because of the eclipse. It's going to stay with us for a while. Yeah. Sorry to disappoint. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's good, and I think people will appreciate astronomers, especially solar astronomers, dissipating this rumor which has been going on. Some self-claimed scientists are saying this, and whatever we try, I think it becomes a media event when there's something sensational. So thanks for clearing that up, and people are appreciating that. While you were doing that, we have a feed from a large observatory, one of the largest observatories in India, which is in Hanle, Ladakh. And that's far up north and very close to the belt, although it will not get the annularity. What we are seeing now is the only feed which has a very good view of the eclipse. So if you look at in the corner, then you'll see the view there. And the sun has started becoming slightly covered by the moon. The moon has started crawling over it, and it's starting to come in between the Earth and the sun. There you can see, I think it's almost 15 to 20 minutes into the partial eclipse that we will see there. And it's going to start looking like a Pac-Man very soon. And so we can keep seeing this while we have our other panelists give their opinions and experiences and explanations about the eclipse. So may I invite Professor Yogesh Shauche now, who is at the National Center for Cell Sciences. He's himself a biologist and microbiologist, and very well experienced and knowledgeable especially about viruses, which are the talk of the town right now. Divya just mentioned that the coronavirus will not be affected, and there's no relation, in fact, to any life on Earth and a solar eclipse. So, Professor Shauche, what is your opinion, and what would you like to share with us?
Yeah. So, thank you, Samir. Thanks for this organizing this. And as was said just now, that the hypothesis that solar eclipse will destroy the coronavirus or something, there is absolutely no logic or reason to that. And in fact, there is no correlation between eclipse or sun and the virus. The only correlation, a far-fetched correlation, is that the name corona for this virus was derived from the fact that under the electron microscope, the virus looks like solar corona. That's all. There is nothing more to it. So the virus owes nothing to its origin for any solar radiation or something like that. And it will be totally inappropriate and I would say rather foolish to think that the eclipse will kill the virus. The eclipse is not going to kill the virus, and there are other ways of killing the virus, as we know that use of use of your protection equipments, and finally, if we are successful in getting some drug or the vaccine. So these are the scientific ways of killing the virus. And, events like eclipse are not going to kill the virus. So there is absolutely no biological basis to this theory.
Oh, that's good to know that little connection of corona and the name coronavirus.
Yeah, that is the only connection between the virus, coronavirus, and the solar corona.
We in fact had a big solar astrophysics meet in February here at IUCAA, and it was impeded. Many of our colleagues could not come because of the coronavirus, which was a minor thing at that time. We had quite a few jokes going around, but okay, this is good to know. Thanks for explaining this, sir. There are people who are also asking if about this particular rumor that's going around, saying that not just coronavirus but other microbes, they come up and infect our food and other living things around us during a solar eclipse. In fact, that rumor comes up for any eclipse, may it be solar or lunar. So would you kind of explain this rumor?
Again, often there is a belief that you should not eat anything that is cooked during the eclipse, or the food goes bad when it is stored during the eclipse. And again, I would emphatically say that there is no scientific basis to that. There were some experiments conducted earlier by Citizen Science Center in Pune, and those studies show that whether it is food or whether it is air, at least microbiologically, the microbial load in the air or in the food remains unaffected during the eclipse or even after the eclipse. So I can very confidently say that at least microbiologically, the food does not go bad, whether it is prepared during the eclipse or whether it is stored during the eclipse. And also the quality of the air microbiologically does not change during the eclipse. The number of bacteria present in the given volume of the air, it remains the same, and it is also not that any harmful bacteria number increases in the air during the eclipse. That is again not true. So at least from the microbiological point of view, I can definitely say that air is no more toxic than what it is normally during the eclipse. And food, of course, microbiologically, food remains unaffected, whether it is made during the eclipse or stored during the eclipse.
Thank you, Professor Shauche. So,
physical point of view, I can definitely say that air is no more toxic than what it is normally during the eclipse. And food, of course, microbiologically, food remains unaffected, whether it is made during the eclipse or stored during the eclipse.
Their YouTube videos, if they're watching our feed live.
So,
physical point of view, I can definitely say that air is no more toxic than what it is normally during
because we are trying out this
food, of course, food remains microbiologically,
technology
food remains unaffected, whether it is during the eclipse or stored during the eclipse.
Their YouTube videos, if they're watching our feed live. We also welcome Priya Hassan.
Point of view, I can definitely say
we have
what it is normally
because we are trying out this for the
remains macrobiologically
technology
remains unaffected
during
the eclipse or stored during the
eclipse. YouTube videos if they're watching our feed live. We also welcome Priya Hassan.
Point of view, I can definitely say
we have
what it is normally during.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there was a technical glitch. We are sorry about that. We are trying to correct it.
I had a question for Professor Shauche, actually, if he can hear us. Professor Shauche, so many people also observe that animals or birds, they have
there seems to be some problems.
A distinct change in behavior during particular total solar eclipse. So that is more about the light becoming very, very low, and which confuses these animals. So can you tell something more about this?
Yeah, it is true that people have made these observations that during the eclipse, animals as well as plants, they behave as if they would behave during the evening or in the night. But that has to do with the light intensity getting reduced, and it's a kind of feeling that it's a night time, and that is the reason both animal and plants, they behave as if it's a night. And I do not know if there are detailed studies available on this, but I would rather attribute that to level of certain chemicals in the plant or animals getting changed, which respond to the intensity of light. The level of those key chemicals getting altered because of the sunlight getting reduced, and then thus affecting their behavior. So it's because of that, rather than again attributing to any harmful effect or something like that.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to add here, like as Divya said, right, there is a big shadow of the Earth itself, which falls every night, right, on the side of the Earth where it is nighttime. And we routinely cook food during the night. We routinely keep things overnight and eat them at times later on as leftovers, right? And most of the time people are fine, right? So I think there's nothing to be worried about in terms of an eclipse, and there being some kind of a shadow which is falling and then creating some issues in the atmosphere or disturbing your food.
Aniket, for some reason your voice is not coming through. We do have, I mean, we appreciate these comments, and we have around 4,000 people watching right now, 2,000 on our channel and 2,000 on another channel which is streaming our content out. So I really want these viewers to watch it safely and not fall prey to any superstitions and misconceptions, especially those which make use of something called pseudoscience, which basically starts to put in some scientific terms, etc., into a unreasonable explanation. And therefore, people might sometimes mistake it for a real scientific explanation. We have scientists here saying that there is no harm in an eclipse. It does not cause any kind of increase in microbes, etc. It's actually a very tiny night, which suddenly happens in the daytime. Maybe we can understand why the birds might be confused if there is a total solar eclipse happening at your place, but for a little while. But then they really get back to life very soon after that. So that's amazing to see and experience, though. And I hope that you will experience this happening right now. If you're in the north of India, if you want to watch it, there are very simple ways of doing it. Of course, if you have saved any solar eclipse goggles for yourself, go use them, clean them up properly and use them. Make sure there are no holes in them. And otherwise, as we've been pointing out, you can make use of some small mirrors. If you have smaller, the smaller the better. If you have like mirrors which are used on tiny dresses, tiny mirrors used on dresses for decoration, those are the best. But of course, if you have a hand mirror like Surud has here, you could use it to point the light of the sun, not onto yourself, but onto a wall which is far off. You can also, maybe if you have a big mirror, you can just make a aperture like Surud has made here. He has made a cut in a small cut in a piece of black paper. Put it on top of the mirror. Then you can just reflect light off that mirror and onto a wall. Whitish wall would be good enough. And lo, you will have the image of the eclipse right there. Of course, the best way, the safest way is to watch our webcast. We'll be showing you live pictures from all over the annularity belt and also from other places down south and slightly north of the belt, because we have several people arranging for webcasts there. So stay tuned to our channel. We'll be there for the next 1 more hour almost. So I now actually would like to invite Professor Priya Hassan to also say her experience and her explanation. Priya, please.
So yeah, Priya, you can go ahead. You can speak if you want. Right? Yeah. So Samir, maybe she's having trouble in getting us, and she's not getting the feed through Zoom, but instead through YouTube. So there is a delay in between.
Right. No, we'll just then in that time, meanwhile, I'll admit Professor Dibendu Nandi, another solar physicist. He's from Kolkata, so he's from the east of India. Let us.
And I will drop off.
Audio problem.
Samir.
Can you hear me now?
Join later.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Priya.
Hello.
And, welcome.
Can you hear me now?
And goodbye to Surut, who will come back later while we are experiencing the max in Pune.
Yeah.
Okay. So, hello, Dibendu. How are things there in Kolkata? Can you do you have your solar eclipse goggles to see the eclipse?
Yeah.
You're muted, Dibendu.
So, Samir, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Aniket, yes.
It was muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Dibendu, please tell us how things are there.
Good morning to all of you. I see that you are having a lot of fun out there. So Calcutta is kind of, there's a play of clouds going on. I do have my eclipse goggles, but, I think I'm going to watch it online, because from the live feed from North India, you're going to see, I think almost 98% of the coverage, which is good.
Hi.
Yeah, so in fact, I have sent a link to everybody here in our institute and families. So I hope that everybody is watching this fantastic initiative that you folks have taken up from IUCAA and the Astronomical Society of India. So I'll be here for like the next 10-15 minutes, and I'll return again at 12, because in between I have to go off to a Bengali channel. Covering in the regional languages is also important, as you know. So the last eclipse, I don't know, Samir, if you remember, we were all together in Kerala, right? It was a
yes,
and a total washout. Do you remember that?
Yeah. We were like almost up all night waiting in excitement for the dawn to come and show us the ring, but then the clouds also came along and we missed it. And we are missing it this time as well.
Yeah, so I think in Calcutta it's also kind of I don't know what's going to happen, because there's a mix of clouds and sunlight. Also, there's the play of clouds. So it's a matter of luck whether whether I think we'll catch some amount of it, but it's certainly not going to be as spectacular as as what's happening in North India, right? So
yes. So on YouTube you can see the eclipse has already started, and we are seeing the feeds.
Yeah, Samir, we would like to point out one thing. Initially, the moon was ingressing from the left side of the feed. Now it is ingressing from the right side. It is just a flip due to technical setting in the feed. It is not that moon has not jumped to the other side. So viewers should note that.
Thanks for pointing that out. Yes, yeah, that did happen because we had to change the orientation of the feed for some reason. Thanks. So I'll just admit another panelist joining us from Punjab, Professor Harvinder Jassal from ISER Mohali. She is also trying to do a webcast, but I'll just keep her in, and I'll relay on to Priya, who has been waiting to speak. Thanks. Welcome, Harvinder, and Priya, please continue. You're muted, and we are eager to listen to you.
Yeah.
Priya.
Okay. So hi everyone. So yeah, it's an exciting moment, especially something exciting for outreach activities. And I think the eclipse gives us a very unique a time to do this thing, as well as a very important role in debunking myths, right? Because there are so many myths associated to eclipse, and by the time the eclipse is over, it all gets proved to be wrong, right? So you don't have to wait too long to prove it to be prove the myths to be wrong. So we'd all be seeing that. And also in terms of an outreach event, it's a very important outreach event. It gets people to look up at the sky and observe these things. But with the present situation, it has all become so very different because, we can't be collecting people. So we are stuck onto our digital screens watching these things. But I think it is a very unique, good moment for us to actually see the event. And in Hyderabad, the scene is not too good because the monsoons have come in. And the sky is overcast, so I've not even gone to check it in detail. But I think it's definitely bad. So because of the monsoons, but I'm sure Harvinder will have something more interesting to share. Yeah. So that's
Thanks, Priya. Professor Divya Oberoi, हम आपके पास वापस आते हैं. हमने पिछले कुछ मिनटों में ग्रहण के बारे में अंधश्रद्धा, अलग अलग अंधश्रद्धाएं जो है, इसके बारे में कुछ बातें की अंग्रेजी में. आप हमारे हिंदी दर्शकों के लिए इसका थोड़ा हिंदी में समरी दे सकते हैं?
जरूर. धन्यवाद अनिकेत. तो जैसा आजकल हम सबने सोशल मीडिया में बहुत बार देखा है कि बहुत लोगों के मन में बहुत उम्मीद है कि इस एक्लिप्स की वजह से जो ये कोरोना वायरस का पैंडेमिक है, इस पर प्रभाव पड़ेगा और ये खत्म हो जाएगा उससे. तो सच में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. एक्लिप्स का इस कोरोना वायरस पर जरा भी प्रभाव नहीं पड़ने वाला है, राइट? वो जानने के लिए, वो समझने के लिए आपको सिर्फ इतना जानने की जरूरत है कि एक्लिप्स होता क्या है. एक्लिप्स सिर्फ लाइट की ब्लॉकेज है, राइट? सूर्य से रोशनी आ रही है, पृथ्वी और सूर्य के बीच में चंद्रमा है जो सूर्य से आने वाली रोशनी को रोक लेता है, कम कर देता है, राइट? पूरी तरह रोक लेता है तो टोटल सोलर एक्लिप्स हो जाता है, पूरी नहीं रोक पाता तो पार्शियल सोलर एक्लिप्स या एनुलर सोलर एक्लिप्स है. अब वायरस को मारने के लिए हमें कम नहीं ज्यादा रोशनी की जरूरत है, राइट? तो अगर रोशनी हम कम कर देंगे तो वायरस का तो उससे कोई नुकसान नहीं होने वाला. दूसरा, ध्यान में रखें कि एक्लिप्स तो दुनिया के एक थोड़े से हिस्से में ही हो रहा है, क्योंकि हमारे जो चंद्रमा है, जिसकी शैडो की वजह से, जिसकी परछाई की वजह से ये हो रहा है, वो इतनी छोटी है कि वो पूरी पृथ्वी को एक बार में कवर नहीं कर पाती है, उसके बहुत थोड़े से हिस्से को कवर कर पाती है. ये भी याद रखें कि रोज रात को आधी पृथ्वी पे पृथ्वी की अपनी परछाई पड़ रही है, जो कि कई घंटे रहती है. ये एक्लिप्स तो कुछ चंद मिनटों का या कुछ दसियों मिनटों का है, लेकिन जो पृथ्वी, जो हमारी रात है, वो तो कई घंटों की है. तो अगर सिर्फ इस लाइट को रोकने से अगर इस वायरस ने मरना होता तो बहुत समय पहले मर गया होता. आपने ये भी देखा होगा मीडिया में कि बहुत सी कंपनीज ने, भारत सरकार की भी कई कंपनीज ने ऐसे उपकरण बनाए हैं जो कि वायरस को मारने के लिए यूवी लाइट का प्रयोग करते हैं, राइट? ये यूवी लाइट जो है सूर्य से आती है, लेकिन वो अधिकतर यूवी लाइट हमारा जो एटमॉस्फेयर है, जो उसकी गैसेस हैं, उसमें एब्जॉर्ब हो जाती है, बहुत ही थोड़ी सी वो नीचे तक पहुंच पाती है। तो सूर्य से जो रोशनी इस वायरस को मार सकती थी, वो वैसे भी नीचे तक पहुंच नहीं पाती है। तो दुर्भाग्यवश कह लीजिए चाहे, लेकिन इस ग्रहण का कोरोना वायरस पैंडेमिक पर, इस पूरे जो महामारी फैली हुई है, इस पर कोई प्रभाव नहीं पड़ेगा। जैसी सावधानियां हम पहले बरत रहे हैं, वैसी ही सावधानियां हमें आगे भी बरतनी पड़ेंगी। जितना कम हो सके उतना कम बाहर जाएं तो लोगों से थोड़े दूरी बनाकर रखें, मास्क का उपयोग करें, बिना किसी कारण के इधर उधर चीजों को हाथ ना लगाएं, चीजों को हाथ लगाकर अपने चेहरे को हाथ ना लगाएं, हाथों को बार बार धोएं। वो सब चीजें जो आपको पहले भी कई बार याद दिलाई जा चुकी हैं, उन सब चीजों का ध्यान रखें, और इस ग्रहण का कोरोना महामारी पर कोई प्रभाव नहीं पड़ने वाला है।
थैंक यू प्रोफेसर ओबेरॉय। प्रोफेसर हरविंदर जस्सल हमसे जुड़ी हुई है चंडीगढ़ से, मोहाली से। सो हरविंदर जी, वहां पे क्या सिचुएशन है? आप ये ग्रहण देख पा रही हैं?
जी, सुबह तो हम जब उठे थे तो बहुत बादल थे और हम घबरा रहे थे कि नहीं देख पाएंगे, और जैसे 10-15 हुए वैसे ही बादल छट गया और इस वक्त काफी सनी है और हम देख पा रहे हैं। हमारे एक कॉलीग मानवेंद्र बेरा बॉल मिरर से प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं और सोशली डिस्टेंस वे में एक एक करके बच्चे वहाँ देख भी रहे हैं। उन्होंने सन फिल्टर्स भी बांटे थे और हमारे अपने ग्रुप में तो लोग शेयर कर रहे हैं, तो मैं कुछ धीरे धीरे फोटोज शेयर करती रहूंगी यहाँ पे। मेरे 2 कोलीग्स भी ज्वाइन करेंगे। एक बायोलॉजिस्ट हैं जो कि बर्ड्स के बिहेवियर पे बात करती हैं, उनका स्टडी करती हैं, शी इज एन बिहेवियरल इकोलॉजिस्ट। एंड एक हैं हिस्टोरियन ऋतुज्योति बंदोपाध्याय जो कि अर्बन हिस्ट्री और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्टडीज पे काम करते हैं। वो जैसे ही आएंगे हम उनसे बात करेंगे, बट इस वक्त बिल्कुल सनी है, बाहर एकदम रोशनी है और हम लोग देख पा रहे हैं।
So since Harvinder mentioned about projecting using ball mirror, we also got image from one of our viewers from Mumbai, who has sent us image of projection using kitchen equipment. People can see. I will just share screen for a minute. You can see this image. Everybody can recognize this.
कोलैंडर
छलनी है और इससे ये अभी हमें मुंबई से एक दर्शक ने भेजी है इमेज। सो आप भी आपके घर पे ऐसे कर सकते हैं।
बहुत ही सुंदर और अच्छी आइडिया है। सब लोग ऐसे करके अपना अच्छे से सूर्य ग्रहण का दर्शन ले सकते हैं, और एक नहीं तो मल्टीपल इमेजेस मिल रही है हमें।
और पेड़ की छाया में भी देख सकते हैं, नीचे देख।
हाँ, ये और एक अच्छी आइडिया है। अगर आप घर के बाहर हैं और आसपास पेड़ हैं, तो आप कोशिश कीजिए कि उसके नीचे जो छाया गिर रही है वो देखिए, उसमें भी आपको काफी छोटी छोटी एक्लिप्सेस दिखाई देंगी और आपको ऊपर देखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। शायद ये एक्लिप्स की इमेजेस एक्चुअली ऊपर जो सूरज दिखाई देगा उसके साइज से बड़ी होंगी, तो इट मे बी मोर satisfactory to you than looking at the sun directly with naked eyes. So Ritu-Jyoti has also joined us. Harvinder, would you?
Ritu-Jyoti, आप हिस्ट्री पे काम करते हैं। कुड यू आप अलग अलग भाषा यूज करके, इंग्लिश, हिंदी और बंगाली जो आपकी मदर टंग है, आप बता सकते हैं आपका क्या परसेप्शन है और आप किस तरह से देखते हैं इसको एज अ ले पर्सन? ऋतुज्योति, ऋतुज्योति, हम आपको सुन सकते हैं। कुड यू प्लीज स्पीक?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can't hear anything.
Ritujyoti, we can hear you. And Ritujyoti works on urban history, informal sector history, and infrastructural studies. So वो आईसर मोहाली में ही प्रोफेसर हैं, मेरे कॉलीग हैं. So I would like his views to be known to people who are logged in here over here. Ritujyoti, could you please speak a few words about your perception?
Yeah, so language use English, Hindi, mix.
Yeah, English is fine. Please go ahead.
English, Hindi, Bengali, as you.
Okay. So it's not very India specific. So if you look at the myths about eclipses, all ancient cultures have their own share of myths, and not all myths carry a bad omen for people during eclipse. So Maoris, for example, they think that if there is a total eclipse, then they will win the war, next war that would follow the eclipse. So different cultures have their different perceptions, and the very interesting thing about eclipse when we look at different myths is that they also reveal certain cultural perceptions, certain cultural aspirations of different societies living in different times. So myths are also archives of changing sensibilities. Therefore, when a historian approaches a cultural phenomenon, then they do not just brush aside it as, of course, it is unscientific. We all know there is nothing called Rahu eating sun and then sun coming out of his neck. But the thing is, they also reveal the ways in which different cultures tried to reason, tried to engage with natural phenomena. So that's why I think it's also important that people get to know about those myths. And within the subcontinent, Indian subcontinent, you have dozens of myths around eclipse. So it's not that we all know the Rahu thing, Rahu brush, but the thing is there are many cultures, many tribes in India, in central India, for example. There is a very strong myth that date collectors come and collect date from sun, for example, and date is incurred because there is sin in the earth. So if the upper part of sun's body is visible, then lower part is locked up, then it is said that animals are in danger. If the upper part is covered, then humans are safe. So for example, there are a lot of circulating myths, not just one. It's a very diverse way of engaging with the world when you don't have science, when you don't have access to scientific knowledge and explanatory structures, for instance. So I stop here, maybe.
Yeah, thanks, Ritu-Jyoti. And what do you think? How should one approach to dispel some of these myths? Because some of them actually come in the way of explaining science to people.
Yeah, so people also, I heard people using scientific jargons to explain eclipse, saying that there is a very different, a very unhealthy ray that comes during eclipse. So I would say that a lot of sensitization programs need to be undertaken, and also I think that popular science movements that were quite important in India in various parts that have eclipsed themselves in the last, say, 6-7 years. I would say that it's very important that we look at the very rich traditions of popular science, local popular science movements, local clubs going to people, engaging with people, more engagement with people, more engagement with myths, more engagement with superstition is what is needed. I would say that for that, science need to be popularized, and that's what is needed. So scientific temper is not something that scientists only possess, right? So in society also there is scientific temper, and that needs to be nurtured. And that nurture I don't see within the structure of Indian state as well nowadays. So I would say that Indian state also has to play a role in it.
Sorry to interrupt for a minute. Viewers can also see another projection method which is there in the right side feed from Vigyan Prasar in Kurukshetra. They have projected it on say plain paper using a pinhole. People can see that feed as well.
Thank you, Ritajati. This was a little eye opener for how the scientific temperament needs to be enhanced in the current scenario. And we have had superstitions all the time. And in fact, people are asking on YouTube, why are there so many superstitions around the eclipses? Well, it's, I think, inertia for people to let go of things that were old knowledge and accept new knowledge, because it may be put forward in a very complex way to them. So yes, we are trying our best, and I hope our event also leads to some myths being dispelled, some of the younger generation at least getting convinced that what science is telling them is not just an alternative theory to what old people or people of ancient times told. These both go along, and they are probably just better explanations coming from modern science. So we do that, and of course, while doing that, we enjoy the eclipse. I can see a lot of feeds on the YouTube channel, and you can also see some projection methods being used, because technical defects cause our equipments to fail sometimes. So that's a characteristic of science. Experiments fail, equipment fail, but then we add that up, and the experience leads to something better. So we are watching the feeds. There are also people sending us images taken through their mobile phones. So I would remind you, mobile phones are just like your eyes. So we have constantly been saying that don't look at the sun with just your eyes. Directly looking at the sun is harmful, even if it's 99% covered. Suppose you're in the annularity ring belt today. So don't look at it. Have a solar eclipse goggle ready. That in itself cuts down the light to 99%, and still then you can see the sun. So can you imagine how much light it must be giving, right? And so if you're using a mobile to image the sun, then also you should take care of the sensor of the mobile. So give it a little bit of thought and use a solar filter in front of it instead of your eye. If you're taking a picture of the sun, don't look at it directly. You put the filter first to any optical thing that you have. You put the filter first and then the lens, and then you can click it. And we are getting very good pictures using this method. And I encourage you all to do that as well. But of course, be safe. Look around. Look around whether it's safe, unsafe, whether there's a big group, not following social distancing, etc. Don't be part of that. But do watch the eclipse. We also have Manjari Jain, who's been invited here, and Harvinder, could you introduce and conduct the further discussion? You're on mute, Harvinder.
Sorry, thanks a lot. Manjari Jain is a colleague here with me in IISER Mohali, and she is a biologist. She works on behavior ecology and evolutionary biology. Her specialization is bird behavior, and she works on bird calls, their acoustics. And it will be nice if you can speak a few words, Manjari, about how bird behaviors change when eclipse is on. And it will be nice to hear a biologist perspective for that.
Yeah, hi. It's really wonderful to be on this panel, and I'm also learning so much. So thank you, Harvinder, so much for including. Of course, we know because of the eclipse, there is attenuation in the light, and which is one of the major environmental factors that animals use to modulate their behavior. And many animals actually have been studied during these wonderful opportunities that eclipses provide us to see how this modulates their behavior. And in 2017, there was this study by Cornell University, bunch of colleagues from Cornell University, where they show that during the total solar eclipse, which was seen in some parts in US, they found that the birds were reducing their activity, and some species behave in a certain way in which they start to behave like they would behave during a storm or during sunset. So they reduced their flight, and they used due to the reduced light availability, it is hard to observe wildlife. So instead what they did was to use data from the radars to see how migration patterns and flying activity of birds, etc., is reduced during the total solar eclipse. And they also find that there are some birds that show some sort of a behavior which it's almost as if they are confused. So they actually increase their flight just before the total solar eclipse, and then they come back to their perch. So all kinds of interesting things birds sort of show. We are on campus, on ISER Mohali campus. We are doing some observations right now. We are measuring activity levels of this group of birds. We call them jungle babbler or Sat Bhai, and they are cooperative breeders. So we are seeing how their parental care or nesting behavior, these things, how they change due to the eclipse. So do they come back to their roost? Do they start behaving as if it is nighttime? Is it nighttime activity or is it something different? So that is what currently right now students are out in the field. They are doing all of this. But there was one thing that I wanted to talk about animal behavior very quickly, about these animals which we cannot see with just naked eyes, and we need to observe them using microscope. These are called planktons. So these are zooplanktons, which are animals that are found in water bodies, and there are of course phytoplanktons, which are sort of plants, if you like. So a lot of study has gone in to show how the plankton behave differently during the eclipse, and with respect to phytoplankton, to see how the light and the change in this light levels affects their primary productivity, or how much food, if you like, is being produced by these plant-like things. And for the zooplankton, which are like animals, if you like, to see their migration patterns. So if you think of the surface of water, there are different kinds of communities at different levels, depth of the water. And during the night time, what happens is many zooplankton, especially copepods and rotifers, it is seen that they actually do a surface migration. So they come up to the surface during night time, and in the daytime they go down. So people have seen, and this is one group from India itself, led by Professor Shubhro Kumar Mukhopadhyay, and they published their findings in the journal called Limnology, where they show this change in the migration pattern during the brief period of this total eclipse. So within a few minutes, you can see that this migration pattern is completely altered. So where they see surface crowding for some species, some others go down, and it's absolutely incredible. So those few minutes of the eclipse allow us a peephole, if you like, into this amazing world of how animals respond to light. And that, I think, is very interesting.
It is
Once
interesting.
we know something about the babblers, I will let Harvinder know, and she will probably
Professor
share
Professor Jain, I have a question.
Yeah.
So you said your students are right now outside in the field observing sadbhais. I think means
maintaining social distance.
Yeah, this is my guess. Where today eclipse is happening in the morning hours, and so birds also have their daily rhythms. So eclipse in the morning hours and change of light during morning hours may have a different effect as compared to some eclipse which is going to happen closer to sunset.
Sure.
What you feel about that?
Yeah, so one would expect that also the period of darkness or near darkness, one would expect that would matter. So given that this is at noon time where their activity is fairly high, we do expect to see some interesting patterns there. We do. So my hypothesis, and my student does not agree with me, which is fine, that I expect them to start behaving as if it is sunset, and they return back to the roost, and the parents to return back to the nest. So these are cooperative breeders, which means that all group members participate in parental care of the chicks. So all the individuals in the group should be going to the nest at all times. But during nighttime, I expect that it should be the parents who have the maximum investment in the chicks. They should be around the nest. So I expect to see that certain individuals, they come back to the nest at this time. I don't know. We'll see.
The more important thing is they are out and they don't come back just to hide from superstitions.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Right. Maybe at maybe thousands of years ago that may have been the case with humans, because they would then fear any kind of darkness, and it could have led to this.
Yeah, which is okay. I mean, we didn't know. Probably people didn't know enough, and yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's what we try to point out, that it's all the things we call superstitions. they are there in the society because there have been some reasons of fear of the unknown, and it has continued. So at that time, maybe it would have been safer to be inside when it's dark. Now when it's not, then it's not relevant, and then we can probably keep calling it superstition.
Samir, I would like to take up a couple of questions from the audience.
Yes.
So, and I would like to bring Professor Priya Hassan here. So, there people are asking which household items can be used to view eclipse safely. So, you can talk about that. And then there is somebody who also mentioned that he or she is using X-ray film to view eclipse. So, you can talk about that as well. Priya, you are on mute.
Yeah. So thanks, Aniket. Yeah. So I think one of the recent picture which was shared of the sieve, right? The sieve showing the eclipse. I think that really looks very beautiful because each individual hole acts like a pinhole, and you get the image, which looks really very nice. So actually, it's anything which has a small aperture. The ideal one being a sieve, and I think the sieve image really comes out very nice. But like we mentioned earlier, also X-ray films and all obviously are not the right thing to be used because it's a misconception. People think that if they use X-ray films, that'll be safe enough. It's definitely not safe enough, and you should not be using X-ray films. It's best to have from a good place if you have eclipse filters or solar filters or glasses. But this time, because of the COVID issue, we could not distribute them, or people did not feel comfortable buying it from places because of the contact problem. But yeah, I would say the most ideal kitchen appliance would be the sieve. The sieve really gives you a good image. Yeah.
Okay, this is also a time for a short summary in regional languages. So Priya, can you do a summary of what we can expect in next 1 hour or something like that? In
maybe.
Pardon?
Because there are several people from the north watching, and
yeah, I'm coming to Harvinder next for Punjabi.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you want me to speak in Hindi?
In Gujarati.
Oh, in Gujarati. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, Haryana, all watching.
Yeah. So actually, ચલો ગુજરાતીમાં વાત કરું છું. તો હમણાં આપણે એક્લિપ્સ જોઈએ છે, ગ્રહણ જોઈએ છે, જે શરૂ થઈ ગયું ઓલમોસ્ટ 10 વાગે સવારથી, અને તમે લોકો સોશિયલ ડિસ્ટન્સિંગ મેન્ટેન કરીને પ્રોજેક્શન્સથી તમે એક્લિપ્સને સરસ રીતેથી જોઈ શકો છો. સિમ્પલેસ્ટ પ્રોજેક્શન છે કે છન્ની વાપરીને તમે એનું પ્રોજેક્શન કોઈ વોલથી જોઈએ, એન્ડ એ બહુ સરસ લાગે છે જો તમે પ્રોજેક્શન જો. પણ ઓબ્વિયસલી આંખોથી જોવાનું ઓબ્વિયસલી મના છે, તમને નહીં જોવું જોઈએ આંખોથી, કારણ કે ઇટ ઇઝ હાર્મફુલ છે આંખો માટે. તો ટ્રાય બી નહીં કરવું જોઈએ, અને એક્સરે ફિલ્મ્સ પણ નહીં યુઝ કરવું જોઈએ. બેસ્ટ છે પ્રોજેક્શન. અને જેમ પહેલા બી વાત થઈ હતી કે સેલફોનથી લોકો વિચારે છે કે સેલફોનથી જોઈ શકે છે, પણ સેલફોનથી બી તમે આંખોનું યુઝ કરવાના છો, અને તમારા સેન્સર્સ જે તમારા ફોન પર છે, રાઈટ? તો એની માટે પણ તમને ફિલ્ટરની જરૂર પડશે. તો ટેલિસ્કોપ કે કેમેરા કે ફોન જે પણ તમે યુઝ કરો, એની માટે તમને ફિલ્ટર, સોલર ફિલ્ટર યુઝ કરવાનું જરૂરી છે. તો યા તો તમે ફિલ્ટર યુઝ કરો, જો તમારી પાસે ફિલ્ટર ના હોય તો પ્રોજેક્શનથી જો. એન્ડ ડિપેન્ડિંગ ઓન તમે ક્યાં રહો છો, 1 o'clock ના વચ્ચે તમારું મેક્સિમમ આવશે. અને આઈ હોપ તમે અમારું ASI એપ જે છે, સ્માર્ટફોન માટે એપ છે એન્યુલર સોલર એક્લિપ્સ, તમે પ્લે સ્ટોરથી શોધી શકો છો, એને ડાઉનલોડ કરી શકો છો, અને તમારા સ્પેસિફિક લોકેશન માટે તમારા એક્ઝેક્ટ ટાઈમિંગ્સ જોઈ શકો છો. એન્ડ તો એટ પ્રેઝન્ટ અગર તમારી પાસે ફિલ્ટર્સ નથી તો બેસ્ટ છે કે તમે પ્રોજેક્શન કરીને જોઈ લો. અને આઈ હોપ તમને બહુ મજા આવશે એ જોવામાં. થેન્ક યુ.
Thank you, Priya.
Sorry, my Gujarati is not so great.
Harvinder, can you give a brief message for our viewers from Punjab?
Yes, and I was reading the YouTube feed. There was someone asking for Punjabi, so very nice. ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੀ. ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਜੋ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਛਾਵਾਂ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਧਰਤੀ ਜੋ ਹੈ ਸੂਰਜ ਦੇ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ ਚੱਕਰ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਵੇਂ ਚੰਦ ਧਰਤੀ ਦੇ ਆਸ-ਪਾਸ ਚੱਕਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਜੋ ਇੱਕੋ ਲਾਈਨ 'ਚ ਆ ਜਾਣ ਤੇ ਕਈ ਵਾਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਚੰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਸੂਰਜ ਔਰ ਧਰਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਚਕਾਰ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਰਛਾਵੇਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਪਰਛਾਵਾਂ ਉਵੇਂ ਹੈ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੇੜ ਦਾ ਪਰਛਾਵਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤੇ ਪੇੜ ਦੇ ਪਰਛਾਵੇਂ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਫਰਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਈ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਅਲੱਗ-ਅਲੱਗ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਸੁਪਰਸਟੀਸ਼ਨ, ਮਿਥ ਜਾਂ ਭ੍ਰਾਂਤੀਆਂ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ, ਜੋ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਵਾਧੂ ਹੋਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਕੋਈ ਮਹੱਤਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਨਾਰਮਲ ਖਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਪੀਂਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਵੇਂ ਖਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਪੀ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਪਰਛਾਵੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੇੜ ਦੇ ਥੱਲੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਖਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਉਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਖਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੋ ਖਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਮਤਲਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਨਾਲੇ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸੂਰਜ ਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੇ ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਹੋਏ ਨਾ ਹੋਏ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਟੀਨਾ ਹੈ, ਪਰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਜਲ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਸੂਰਜ ਨੂੰ ਅਗਰ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਹੋਏ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਫਿਲਟਰ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਫਿਲਟਰ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸਰੇ ਦੀ ਫਿਲਮ ਲੈ ਲਈ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸਪੋਜ਼ ਫਿਲਮ ਲੈ ਲਈ, ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲ ਸੋਲਰ ਫਿਲਟਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਲੈਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਉਹੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਫੋਨ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਫੋਟੋ ਲੈ ਲਈਏ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਫੋਨ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਵਾਂਗਰ ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੈਂਸਰ ਸੜ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਸੂਰਜ ਦੀ ਰੋਸ਼ਨੀ ਨਾਲ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਲਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਸੂਰਜ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਕਰੋ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ੀਸ਼ਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੂਰ ਦੀਵਾਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਦਾ ਪਰਛਾਵਾਂ ਲੈ ਲਓ, ਛਾਵਾਂ ਲੈ ਲਓ, ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੂਰਜ ਦੀ ਇਮੇਜ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੀਵਾਰ ਤੇ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਨਾਲੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸ ਫੀਡ 'ਚ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਛਾਨਣੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚਾਨਣੀ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੋਸ਼ਨੀ ਥੱਲੇ ਫਰਸ਼ 'ਤੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੂਰਾ ਸੂਰਜ ਦਾ ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਆਰਾਮ ਨਾਲ ਦਿਖੇਗਾ। ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੇਖੋ, ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਕੁਦਰਤ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਨਜ਼ਾਰਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਦੇਖਣ 'ਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਸੇਫਲੀ ਦੇਖਣ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਨਜ਼ਾਰਾ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਘੱਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਵੀ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ, ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
आशा है कि सबको अपनी अपनी भाषाओं में ये जो एक्सप्लेनेशन है ये पसंद आ रहे होंगे, और हम भी कोशिश करेंगे कि थ्रू आउट हम ये करते रहें। हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स अलग अलग भाषाओं में आपको समझाएंगे और शॉर्ट में आपको बताएंगे कि क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, क्या नहीं कर सकते हैं। अभी आप देख रहे हैं कि एक्लिप्स धीरे धीरे बढ़ता जा रहा है, और आपको जो ग्रहण है उसका फेज जो हम कहते हैं वो भी बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई देगा हमारे फीड्स में। तो आप देख सकते हैं। इसमें एक और आपको चीज बताना चाहूंगा कि हमारा भारत का जो भाग इस शैडो के अंडर आने वाला है उसमें काफी लॉन्गिट्यूड्स है। तो जो वर्टिकल लाइंस होती हैं कोऑर्डिनेट सिस्टम की अर्थ की, तो उनको कहते हैं लॉन्गिट्यूड्स। तो हर लॉन्गिट्यूड हमेशा सूरज के नीचे रहेंगी ऐसा नहीं है, और इसी वजह से आप पता है कि आपको पता है पृथ्वी गोल है, इस वजह से हर लॉन्गिट्यूड पर सूरज धीरे धीरे खिसकते हुए आता है। और ये जो परछाई जो हमें आज देखने को मिल रही है चांद की, वो धीरे धीरे अलग अलग लॉन्गिट्यूड्स को टच कर रही है, और जो पश्चिम की ओर के जो जगह हैं उस पे ये परछाई पहले टच कर रही है। और इस वजह से आपको अगर आप फीड में ध्यान दें तो ऊपर की तरफ जो पीले रंग का या ऑरेंज रंग का आपको इमेज दिख रहा है, उसमें आपको सूरज ज्यादा आपको ग्रहण में दिख रहा होगा। क्यों? इसका कारण यह है कि वो राजस्थान से फीड है, गुजरात और राजस्थान के आसपास की फीड है, उसमें से आपको पता चलेगा कि वहाँ ज्यादा ग्रहण ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, परछाई ज्यादा मात्रा में वहाँ पहुंच चुकी है। जबकि हानले जो कि बहुत ज्यादा पूर्व की ओर है, उसमें अभी आपको सूरज थोड़ा कम ढका दिखाई देगा। इसके अलावा हमारे फीड में लैटिट्यूड कवरेज भी है लॉन्गिट्यूड के साथ। तो आप देखेंगे हानले ये बिल्कुल उत्तर की तरफ है, उत्तर लद्दाख में, और नीचे कोडाईकनाल ऑब्जर्वेटरी से आप फीड देख रहे हैं, जहां आपको सूरज की इमेज दिख रही है। ये फ्लिप्ड इमेज है, ये टेलीस्कोप से ली हुई इमेज है, ये फ्लिप्ड है, और हम वहां से डायरेक्ट फीड आपको दिखा रहे हैं। इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स इंडियन जो है उसकी ये ऑब्जर्वेटरी वहां पर है, एक काफी फेमस सोलर फिजिक्स ऑब्जर्वेटरी वहां है, जो कि 100 से भी ज्यादा सालों से वहां पर है, और हमें सोलर फिजिक्स के काफी अच्छे डेटा उन्होंने दिए हैं। तो आज वहां से भी लाइव हम देख पा रहे हैं ये इसकी इमेज। और देखिए उसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि हानले और कोडाईकनाल करीब करीब एक ही लॉन्गिट्यूड पे है, और इस वजह से उनकी इमेज करीब करीब समान है। इसके और पूर्व की तरफ अगर हमें कोई फीड मिलती, जैसे कलकत्ता या फिर आगे अरुणाचल प्रदेश, असम, जहाँ पे अभी बारिश हो रही है, वहां से कोई फीड नहीं है, अदरवाइज हम देख पाते कि वहाँ और कम ढका हुआ सूरज आपको दिखाई देता। तो ये हुआ लॉन्गिट्यूड कवरेज के बारे में, और ऐसी ही इमेजेस हम जैसे जैसे मिलते जाएंगे हम आपको दिखाते जाएंगे।
समीर, हरविंदर जी ने थोड़ी देर पहले ये बताया कि many people have this superstition that we should not watch at sun only during eclipse. It is not so, but it is nothing to do with only during eclipse. Sun is always bright, and you should never directly watch at sun. Other days we don't have to tell this to people. The other days it is obvious to people. During eclipse, people feel interested in watching this solar disk, and that is why we have to explicitly tell them don't watch directly. So this distinction is very important. There's nothing special happening in terms of radiation from sun, but just that your curiosity is piqued, and that is why you think that you should try watching solar disk. So please avoid watching to sun directly on any day.
Definitely. Of course, solar physicists have to watch it, so they use filters, and their telescopes are equipped with ways to, I mean, they can show the sun really big, but then they have to cut out the light really a lot, and therefore there are special filters for that.
Yeah,
and they have to also cool their telescope because it gets really hot. So just imagine our eyes being affected by the same kind of light would be really in a bad shape. So we don't want to do that. If you have any of your solar eclipse goggles lying around somewhere from the previous eclipse, which we had also popularized, please go ahead and watch the eclipse through them, or use a small mirror to project the light of the sun onto a far-off wall, and you'll be able to see the eclipse. Many people are also sending in now the pictures taken with household instruments like channi or sieves, etc., where we are getting nice, shapes of the eclipse. Now in Pune, I'm sitting here near the window, and the sun has just peeked out of the clouds, which were giving us rain till now. So I'm hoping I'll be able to quickly go and peek at the sun and come back here at this time.
Using goggles, yeah.
Using solar eclipse goggles. Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind people of an experiment I'm sure all of us have done. We have all burnt paper using a lens, right? I mean, that's just a small lens, and imagine the intensity of that light which is burning that paper. Right? That is what we are subjecting our eyes to when we look at the sun directly. So absolutely never look at the sun directly with our own eyes. So just
Divya, I want to stay with you. Samir just mentioned that solar physicists use different filters and to watch. So it is interesting he mentioned that, because I was just going to ask you, what are the new instruments and new satellites which are going to observe sun in near future?
Okay. Thanks, Aniket. So to start with the question which, or the point which Samir was making, that solar astronomers have to do something to cut down the light dramatically. And what we do typically is the following. As you know, that from the sun comes an entire spectrum of radiation, right? It has all the colors of the rainbow from violet to red. In fact, the sun emits both at frequencies smaller than red and frequencies beyond the violet. It's just that with our eyes, we are limited to seeing only those. So what we typically do is that we choose a very narrow window in this spectrum, in the wavelength range. So that is how we cut down most of the intensity of the light which is incident on our telescopes, because it is actually quite dangerous for the telescope to be exposed to the full sunlight as well. Coming to the question which Aniket was talking about, it's probably useful to first think about, okay, staying with the eclipse for a minute, what is it that we can study during a solar eclipse, right? So what is very interesting is that the sun, as was mentioned earlier, is surrounded by a gas cloud. Maybe cloud is not the best word, but it is surrounded by really very hot gas, which is what is called the solar corona. Normally, when on a normal day, we are not able to see this because the sun is so much brighter than the corona that for the same reasons as why you can't see the stars during the day, you also cannot see the corona during the day. But when the disk of the sun is hidden behind the moon, then we can see this corona. It suddenly comes into being. And if I can share an image, I would like to share my screen for just a moment to do that. Just give me a minute, please. Okay, here we go. Right, so hopefully on your screen there is an image which is showing the a picture taken during a solar eclipse. Right, I myself cannot see that at the moment, so I'm not sure what is there on the screen. Can somebody confirm, please? Yeah.
Yeah, we can see it. Don't you go ahead.
Okay. Oh, very good. Okay. So now what you can see is that there is a lot of very strange and very detailed structure which you see around the sun. And just to make it look beautiful, on the sun has been pasted an image taken of the sun, but not during the solar eclipse, naturally, right? And what you see is that there is so much structure, so much beauty in this light which is coming from around the sun. And this region is actually full of magnetic fields from the sun. And it is the matter which is trapped in these magnetic fields, which is reflecting a little bit of light from the sun, less than 1/1,000,000th of the light which is coming from the sun, and which we are able to see. So this solar eclipse provides us actually a wonderful opportunity to understand what is happening in this region, which is normally hidden from us. So a lot of experiments are planned all over the world to study these coronal regions. And in fact, and I'll stop sharing my screen here for now. And also to study these regions and a few other science aspects, a lot of new solar missions have recently been either already launched or they are close to being launched. So the one which we have all heard about lately is something called the Parker Solar Probe, which was launched by NASA in August of 2018. This is a very exciting mission which will last till 2025. And this mission is going to go progressively closer and closer and closer to the sun. And at the end of its life in 2025, it would be about less than 5% of the distance between the sun and the earth. That is still about 7 million kilometers, but that is still will be such a detailed view of the sun as compared to what we have ever had. Already, this is the closest man-made object which has gone to the sun. It is at 47% of the distance between the earth and the sun right now. Okay? And its focus is going to be to make detailed measurements of the gases and the electric and magnetic fields which will be around this satellite, whatever is flowing past this satellite. And it will also be looking not directly at the sun, but very close to the sun to make the most detailed images of this solar corona. Another instrument which was launched just earlier this year in February is the Solar Orbiter, which is a mission of the European Science Agency. It will also get close to the sun, not as close as Parker, but it will come to about 28% of the distance between the Earth and the sun. And again, it will measure not just the gases and electric and magnetic fields, it also has instruments using which it will look at the sun directly in visible, ultraviolet, extreme ultraviolet, and X-rays. And sometime next year, we are hoping to launch an Indian satellite by the name Aditya L1, which actually will have again a fantastic suite of instruments to give us information about the sun. It will look at the sun directly in UV light. It will have the instruments which create an artificial eclipse which are called coronagraphs, and it will look at that in visible light. It will be able to study the X-rays from the sun. It will also have instruments to measure the composition and energy of the gases which are flowing past the sun, and also measure the magnetic fields around itself, right? So it's a really excellent set of instruments which will be there. And I just noticed Durgesh has joined us as well, who's actually the PI of one of those instruments and will be able to tell you more about it in great detail. Yeah. Thanks. Yep.
Lovely. And yes, it's a very opportune time for Professor Durgesh Tripathi to join us, who's the leader of the team which will send Aditya L1 up. And they've been working hard on it for a long time, and we are looking at success very soon. He has a nice background of the eclipse. Notice, lovely. Yes, we are all rooting for the eclipse. In fact, I just want to take a moment. So I've just set up quickly because I cannot go out, and I think I'm missing the eclipse. So what I've just set up here is a mirror here in my window. Maybe just a moment. A mirror here, and I put a piece of paper on top of it. As you can see, that is a very small hole, and I only had a big mirror. So I put that, and with that, I can see on my board the eclipse, and the sun is quite a bit eclipsed. Can you see that small dot there? And that is the eclipse. Yes, my colleague is helping me out, but you can see. So this is something simple that you can do at home if you are not able to see it directly. And there's nothing to be afraid of. You can always take precautions and watch it safely from your home. First, always keep watching our webcast, where we have experts joining us all the time and letting us know about their work and their experiences and their views about the eclipse. So let's welcome Durgesh Tripathi as well. So welcome, and of course, we are eager to hear what you have to say about eclipses in general and this one in particular.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hi, everyone. My head is just blocking the annular part of the eclipse, which I didn't want to actually do it. I just wanted to be in a corner so that people can see what actually they should be seeing when at the peak of the eclipse today. I mean, solar eclipse for me, and as well as for Divya, I mean, we say that the sun gives us the life. For me and Divya, not only in indirect way, but also direct way, it gives us life because we work, because the sun is there, and we try to understand what the sun is all about. And the eclipses, they, for us, hold prime importance because I actually started my PhD by looking at the data which came from SOHO by doing artificial eclipsing. So that's what I was going to say, that when people consider that these eclipses are not good and, they can have problems, we are living for last 20 years, at least me, I have my career in solar physics since last 20 years. And the day I started doing science or doing PhD, I started looking at the eclipse data, and not the general eclipse, but we started doing eclipse by ourselves so that we can get good data and try to see it. I mean, when I was growing up, the first experience I had was in 94 or 96. I don't even remember. There was a total solar eclipse. And at home, everybody was supposed to be inside, not taking bath during the eclipse time and sitting quiet, not doing anything. But I still remember me and my sister peeped out, and we had this thing which people use as a filter for wheat flour thing, right? So you take that and and look at the eclipse through that. I don't know if we did it right way or wrong way, but the best way to, now I know that it was to do a projection and see the solar eclipse. But at that time it was such a taboo, and I feel that that would have been very nice time, because that was, I think it was one of the longest one in India for some time. But then the first eclipse when I saw, that was in 2006 in Turkey. At that time, I realized, wow, I mean, there is no wonder that people were sort of scared in the past, because you're not used to these things, and when the sun comes and essentially blocks the moon comes and essentially blocks the sun, it appears very spooky. And all these birds flying away, and you see this shadow moving. Of course, you have to be a clear visibility of the eclipse, and I'm glad that the first eclipse I saw, it was bamboozling. It bamboozled my mind. And so when people were like scared for these things, I can understand. But now we know so much about these phenomena, and we know that essentially is nothing but just the shadow of the moon moving. Essentially, if the sun is shining and a bigger person, or like anybody which comes in between you and the sun, it will create a shadow on your own body. It's just that and nothing more like that. And it just the moon moves around and it comes at some point just right, gives the right size, and it gives you total solar eclipse. And if the size is a bit smaller depending on the orbit, then it gives you annular solar eclipse. So it's just a matter of fact that just the moon's orbit is like that. And it turns out to be a really interesting and nice phenomena when you really want to understand what the sun's outer atmosphere is made of. And there have been a number of discoveries done just by looking at the eclipse data. For example, helium was not discovered at the Earth. And astronomers looking at the eclipse, and that eclipse actually happened in India in 1869. 1859 in Guntur, when astronomers, they put their spectrograph in the corona and they observed this emission line. My God, a new element. And it all fit properly in the periodic table. And now we know that helium exists, but it came from the eclipse data. Similarly, now we know that, the solar corona, which we see during the eclipses, is, as Professor Divya Obera was talking about, it's a hot gas, it's more than 1 million degrees. And that challenges the solar astronomers for so long, and we don't really understand. And it's such a beautiful, fascinating phenomena it gives that you really need to discover new science, new physics, and you learn every day. Any data you look from the sun is very unique. So that's what I do. I actually get really bamboozled when I look at solar eclipse. And last year, me and Professor Divyendra Nandi, Dipankar Banerjee, we all went to IAU meeting, which was in Argentina, and this was arranged during the total solar eclipse. And the weather, it was cloudy just 10 minutes before the totality happened, and then it got so clear, and you saw this ring of fire. Wow, that was fascinating again. So any total solar eclipse, any annular solar eclipse, I go run chase. Last year we did that in Kerala in December, and that was beautiful. We did only see some part of it because it was hide and seek phenomena, as Sabir said at some point. Hide and seek of celestial bodies, and that was fun as well. We couldn't see it at the time when it was complete annular, but just being with the crowd, and enjoying the celestial phenomena, it's just a unique opportunity and an experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Durgesh. So just to update our viewers, we are now seeing we have passed the maximum eclipse time for the westernmost longitudes in India, like Mumbai and I think also Pune. And we soon will be reaching the annular phase in the Rajasthan feed, which we are going to see at the top. We are also getting a lot of interesting images from our readers, our viewers. I will share some of the images in some time. In the meantime, we can go back to Professor Priya Hassan. Priya, several people mentioned eclipses, the last eclipse, and before that also there was a couple of annular eclipses or total eclipses which were viewed from India. Can you tell what are your experiences about watching previous eclipses?
So the last eclipse which we had in December, 26 December in Hyderabad, it was partial, but we had an event in one of the parks in the city, and we had more than 300 people who actually turned up for the event. And it was a really interesting, good event, lots of people around. We followed the thing, but we were following the theme of eclipse eating. So we, we served some food, some biscuits, some tea to people while the eclipse was on, as part of the debunking thing of making people eat during the eclipse. We also had some talks about the sun and what actually causes the eclipse, basically explaining people how there's nothing very exotic happening at that time, that people need to, fear the event. And we spoke a little bit about the solar missions, etc., and the projections. So the children, we actually had solar filters. We have a 16 Dobsonian telescope. so people could actually see the eclipse through the telescope. And we also did some projection events. And since it was a park in the city, so a lot of people even came there who were normal, morning walkers, who stepped in and see that something was happening. This was early in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. So a lot of morning walkers were there. And hence it was a very successful, good event. And I think people did enjoy it a lot. Yeah.
Professor Shauche, what is your best eclipse memory of any of the past eclipses? You're on mute, Professor Shauche.
So that was during the last eclipse where we some experiments along with Citizen Science Forum, where just to debunk all these myths about not eating during the eclipse and food going bad and such things, we conducted some experiments in Pune as well as in different parts of the country with the help of volunteers, and we tried to find out the bacterial load in the air, as well as we did a lot of experiments. We also tried to find out if bacterial load in the food, or if we deliberately put some bacteria in the food, how do they behave? So that was a very interesting experience, working along with the students, designing the experiments, asking students to conduct the experiments at 3-4 different locations simultaneously, coordinating those experiments, and then analyzing the data. So that was a very, very interesting experience.
So Aniket, can I show a picture which was just taken in our dome area? So I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
So can you see this picture? This was just taken within our IUCAA dome. Samir, you will recognize it, which you can see. So there are a number of holes in the dome, and the sunlight is just going through. So you can see all these partial eclipse pictures. So multiple of them over here. And this is just coming through different holes from the dome. So as you can see, as many images as the holes. This is quite fascinating, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Very nice. So I was also going to show a couple of pictures which we received from our viewers. This is one picture of from Mumbai, I suppose, where there was thick cloud cover, and the cloud cover is so thick that they could directly see the sun.
Yeah, similar experience we had in Kerala last year. I mean, the cloud was playing the role of the filter. Essentially, it's just blocking the light. You can see very, very dim picture. So very, very nice.
So we are now approaching the annular phase, where I think more than 90% cover is there, and in just few minutes we should be reaching the annular phase in Rajasthan feed. I will also share one more picture in the meantime, which is about using trees as a pinhole. Just a minute. So here you can see light filtering through the tree canopy, and in those small areas through which sunlight can pass through the tree canopy act as pinholes, and then you see lots of crescents on the ground. So you don't really need a fancy equipment to observe solar eclipse. You can also do these kind of simple activities from your home. So Durgesh, you mentioned about the space mission which India is planning. It said its name is Aditya L1. So what is L1? Can you talk about that?
Right. So essentially, Murphy's laws say that whenever you're not looking at something, things happen. And earlier, when people used to launch satellites put into Earth's orbit, what they realized that all the large scale activities which has strong space weather effects and all that would happen in the nighttime, and therefore you would not see any data. So people are looking at a location where they could have 24/7 observation from the sun, and it turns out that the Lagrange point, the first Lagrange point, is the location which is in between the sun and Earth. So essentially, if you look at the two-body problem, classical mechanics, you find that there are 5 such positions where, in some way, the gravity, to put it in a very layman term, the gravity between sun and Earth neutralizes. So there are 5 such points. One is between sun and Earth, which is 15 million kilometers away from the sun, from the Earth towards the sun. L2 is just on the opposite side of the Earth. So you have Sun, Earth, and L2. L1 is in between. And then you have L3 on the other side of the Sun. And L4 and L5 are making some angle from the Sun-Earth line, going L4 there and L5 below. So if you put anything at L1, so when the Earth is moving, L1 is also moving along with, because it just falls on the Sun-Earth line. So if you put a satellite there, then there is no nighttime for that particular satellite. And therefore, you can have a 24/7 continuous monitoring of the sun, because studying the solar activity is not only understanding the science of the sun itself, but also whatever happens on the sun has direct impact on our space weather, geosatellite communication, and so on and so forth, electric power grids and stuff like that. So what essentially you want to do is to look at the sun, study the dynamic phenomena happening with the final aim of being able to predict. And therefore you need to continuously
Durgesh, just I have to stop you because we have annularity at Rajasthan. So
wow. Let's look at
that. So
that.
the top feed on the right, you can see the annular solar eclipse, and it is going to last for about a couple of minutes. So you can clearly see moon, the dark disk of moon inside the solar disk, and we see a nice ring of fire.
This is what we have been waiting for.
Wow.
Oh. So we are thankful to this group which has shown this image from Rajasthan to us without to go anywhere.
Alap. See, in Rajasthan.
I like the name of this group, Cosmo Sapiens.
Yes, that's what we are. Probably that's what we are going to become as we start going to space. You see at the bottom, you can see at some places the moon is now touching the edge of the sun, and at some places you could see that it was there were some tiny bead-like structures. So I wish we could rewind this a bit, but you can always rewind on the live feed. These are called Bailey's beads, and basically they appear because the moon's surface is not very smooth, and it's not a clear-cut, sharp disk. It's got valleys and mountains, and because of that, when the higher, see them happening now also on the left edge. If a mountain touches the edge first, but then there's a valley besides it which is still letting the light through, we get these things called Bailey's beads. And this is in Rajasthan, where we are not going to get 99% coverage, which is going to the maximum in India. You can still see some of the Bailey's beads happening on the left. Amazing, this site. There you go. And so because of because of the moon being slightly away from a point where it could cover the sun completely, we have the moon's shadow, let's say the silhouette of the moon, slightly smaller than the sun. And it has just finished doing a ring of annularity on the sun, as seen from Rajasthan. We, I think, are now about to go into annularity phase in Haryana and Punjab in a few minutes from now. And after that, it will proceed into Uttarakhand and into the Himalayas. But as I was saying, that you were able to see the feed in which you could see the Baily's beads happening. These are because of the valleys and mountains on the moon's surface. So just imagine, you did not just see the moon going past it, you could even detect some of the valleys and mountains there. Lovely experience, I think. And all of us are excited here. And thank you all for actually sharing this moment with us. It's been a while we've been talking about this, that it will come up and we'll see it happening. And there it is now. We can see it, and we've already experienced one place. Other places like Hanle, as you can see in the feed here, are going to get the close to annularity. They will not get 99%. I am wishing that we had a feed from the exact belt, exact center of the belt, where the moon would be seen at the maximum, covering the sun. And at that place, you would have, probably looking at today's image from the Rajasthan feed, you'd probably have Baily's beads or a necklace of them shining for about 30 seconds. That's approximately the time annularity will be seen in this part of the annularity belt. So amazing. This was a thrilling experience. We are still waiting for and hoping that the clouds will clear in Kurukshetra and the technical difficulties will go away and we'll be able to see the feed in a few moments. This has happened often, and we have given up hope, but then suddenly at the last moment we get to see the real eclipse.
Yes, it was
how are you guys
spectacular. And don't forget, there's no harm in eating or drinking during eclipse. We should celebrate this with nice, probably a cup of coffee or something like that.
Oh yes,
Aniket, you are making me hungry.
Yes, actually, so we have been joined by Professor Chaudhary again. Is here with us, and we have Neeraj, Dr. Neeraj Amarujam from South Africa, who has just finished watching the African eclipse. And they're joining us to have some, I hope you brought your chai, but I definitely have my kappa here. And we're going to have a quick sip. I've actually kept it getting cold. I don't mind it being cold. And over the whole period of the eclipse, because I forgot to have it when I made it. So, so there's no effect. I'm having a very stale tea, cold tea, but it's quite tasty. We are hoping to get more feeds to the dignitaries who just came in. We just finished looking at the annularity from Rajasthan together. I hope you also saw it on your phone or mobile devices. Kurukshetra is going to be full now. Baily's beads are here. Oh, lovely. So we will shift again our feed to Kurukshetra, where Baily's beads might be seen, as it's going to go into annularity soon. Just hold on. Our team is working on showing the feed right away. Hanle, as you can see, has become really thin and crescent. And there you go. Vigyan Prasad is broadcasting this from Kurukshetra. You can see it's the color is slightly pinkish reddish because of their filter. It's not because the sun has turned into something weird. These things need to be filtered, and we'll show it full screen to you. Please don't resist any lovely emotions that might be coming.
That's beautiful.
Wow, this is great.
You can clearly see a string of pearls. And now we have
Excellent.
the annularity.
That's lovely.
You have seen, all of us may have seen it multiple times over last few eclipses, but still every time it still amazes you. We are at a unique location in our solar system where we have a satellite which can produce the not just total eclipse but also annular eclipse, which is a very rare thing to happen in our solar system as far as our solar system is concerned. So it's really amazing that we can witness all this.
So you can see it's a very fast movement. The shadow of the moon actually moves across the Earth's surface. 2000
disk of the moon.
Per hour. And there you can see it's already reached the other edge, and we are seeing it about to touch.
And that's the third contact.
And you can already see those high points on the moon touching the edge already, and the valleys are letting some light through. Wonderful.
Oh. They change the focusing.
I think people get excited at this time, and they just shake their equipment or something. But it's an experience which really shakes you up, and you can get goosebumps from this even by looking at it online. So great job, and we are happy that we could get the feed for the annularity from Vigyan Prasar, which is doing it from Kurukshetra, Haryana.
For this solar eclipse, the greatest eclipse is going to be near Joshimath in Uttarakhand, but unfortunately we don't have a feed from that area, right?
Right, we don't have any links right now, and it's always a challenge in this times when there's a curfew everywhere. People are needing to get a pass to get any even groceries sometimes, and these people have dared to go out and set up these things, this equipment to show us this eclipse. But however, there might be possibilities that their battery ran out or things like that, which happen, which are very practical things. And I think this is going to be the last annularity feed that we will see, because we'll keep looking at other feeds and see the gradual change in the shape of the sun over the next 2 hours when the eclipse slowly ends and we come to the end of the program. So, but we still have a lot of experts coming back to us, and I can see our friend Arvind Ranade in the Vigyan Prasar feed. Well, he's not joining us here, unfortunately, but you can just get a glimpse of him. So we can turn back to the experts here, and we can ask them their reaction. What do you think?
Yeah, let's start with Professor Shauche. What was the So this is your how many eclipses you have seen so far, and what is your reaction this time?
I mean, I have seen a couple of eclipses so far, but I would say that today's was the by far most exciting experience because of all this discussion with the experts and feed from all over the country from different places. By far, this was the most exciting experience I had today, and the event of annularity, that was a really very exciting experience watching it from the feed.
Thank you. दुर्गेश, हमारे हिंदी दर्शकों के लिए आप हिंदी में कुछ बताएंगे? हम आपने पहले बेलिस बीड्स के बारे में भी कुछ कहा था अंग्रेजी में, आप थोड़ा हिंदी में फिर से बताएंगे तो अच्छा होगा।
हाँ, सूर्य ग्रहण, सूर्य ग्रहण जो होता है मेरे लिए, या फिर मैं पहले बोला था कि पहले जब सूर्य ग्रहण होता था तो आप पूर्ण सूर्य ग्रहण जब देखेंगे तो बहुत डरावना लगता है। तो आज के बहुत साल पहले जब इतनी सारी चीजें हमको नहीं पता थी एस्ट्रोनॉमी के बारे में और सन अर्थ मोशन के बारे में, तो लोगों को डर लगना थोड़ा संभव भी होता था। लेकिन आज के हम इतना कुछ जानते हैं कि जो सन और जो सोलर इक्लिप्स होता है इसमें ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। इट्स ऑल अबाउट कि मून मूव करता है और हमारे और सन के बीच में आ जाता है, और जहां पे उसकी शैडो पड़ती है वहां दिखती है। ऐसे इट्स नथिंग मोर लाइक कि हमारे और सन के बीच में कोई आ गया, उसकी शैडो हमारे ऊपर से गुजर गई, वो बहुत थोड़े समय के लिए रहती है। तो इसेंशियली वो मून का शैडो पड़ता है, हमको इक्लिप्स दिखता है। तो लेकिन जो इसका एक्सपीरियंस होता है, आई मीन अगर आप टोटल सोलर इक्लिप्स देख लेंगे तो it's mind boggling. I mean, you can't describe it in words, but annular, this is my first annular eclipse actually. तो जो मैं पूरा देखा हूँ वो भी ऑनलाइन फीड में और with lot of people. I mean, eclipse watching हमेशा अच्छा होता है जब आप लोगों के साथ देखते हैं। अकेले बैठ के देखना is all fine, but when you have people around, बहुत सारे लोग होते हैं तो आप उसको एक माइंड में रिकॉर्ड कर सकते हैं कि लोगों की फीलिंग्स क्या होती हैं और किस तरह से आप अगर ऐसी जगह पे जाएं जहाँ पे बर्ड्स होती हैं तो the birds start flying away, you know, they start tweeting. तो वो एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अलग सा होता है। आप कुछ और बोल रहे थे, मैं पूरा सुन नहीं पाया आपका सवाल कि था क्या।
नहीं, आपने पहले बेलिस बीड्स के बारे में जो बताया वो हिंदी में आप बता सकते हैं तो।
If you can say it by yourself in Hindi.
Sorry. नहीं, आप बेलिस बीड्स, can you hear me? Yeah. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, Aniket. Only thing I'm saying that I request you or Samir to say that in Hindi. It will be sort of difficult for me to express myself completely.
धन्यवाद दुर्गेश, आपने काफी चीजें बताई और एक अभी जो हमें देखने को मिला और अनुभव करने को मिला ये था बेलिस बीड्स का नजारा। तो अभी आपने देखा कि सूरज की जो प्रतिमा हमें गोल अच्छी सी दिखाई देती है, उसके सामने चांद आ गया था अपने पथ पर घूमते हुए, और इसकी वजह से हमें आज ग्रहण दिख रहा है। लेकिन इसमें आज हमें ये भी पता है कि चांद अपनी धुरी पर जो घूमता है वो थोड़ी सी लंब गोलाकार है, मतलब एक एलिप्टिकल शेप में है, इसलिए कभी कभी वो पृथ्वी से थोड़ा दूर होता है और कभी पृथ्वी के जरा पास होता है। आज वो इस ऐसी स्थिति पे है कि थोड़ा सा दूर है, जिसकी वजह से वो सूरज को पूरा ढक नहीं पा रहा है, और इस कारण से हमें एक स्पेशल एक्लिप्स दिखाई दे रही है। मतलब हम कभी कभी हम तो डरते हैं कि जो पूर्ण सूर्य ग्रहण है उसे नहीं देखना चाहिए वगैरह, लेकिन आप देखिए दुनिया में ऐसे भी लोग हैं हमारी तरह, और काफी ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्हें ये देखना पसंद है और हम उसको चेस करते हैं। जैसे अभी दुर्गेश जी ने कहा कि उन्होंने भी एक्लिप्सेस देखी हैं, सबने यहाँ पे एक्लिप्सेस देखी हैं अलग अलग समय पर। लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं पार्शियल एक्लिप्स, जो कि इसमें सूरज थोड़ा सा ढका दिखता है। आप देख सकते हैं पूरी एक्लिप्स, संपूर्ण एक्लिप्स जिसमें सूरज पूरा ढक जाता है। लेकिन ये स्पेशल एक्लिप्स है उसमें भी जिसमें सूरज करीब करीब 90% से 99% तक ढका जा रहा है आज। और इस वजह से जो चांद की सतह पर जो कुछ गहरे खाइयां हैं या फिर कुछ ऊंचे पहाड़ हैं, उसकी हमें यहाँ पे एक झलक देखने को मिल रही है। ये कैसे? तो आप देख सकते हैं कि अभी अगर आप इधर रिवाइंड करके देख लें बाद में, तो आप देख पाएंगे कि उसमें आपको चांद की जो एज है उसकी और सूरज की एज के बीच में कभी कभी कुछ छोटे छोटे ऐसे मणि जैसे दिखेंगे। तो आप सोचेंगे कि चांद अगर गोल है, एकदम समान है, तो ये कैसे हो रहा है? तो आपको बता दूं कि इसको कहते हैं बेलीज बीट्स, और ये काफी समझा हुआ एक फिनोमिनन है, जिसमें चांद की सतह के ऊपर जो पहाड़ है उसके और वैलीज के बीच में से प्रकाश हम तक पहुंच पाता है जब ये एज दोनों टच होती है, और इस वजह से हमें वहां पर एक सुंदर माला जैसी दिख सकती है, या फिर माला के मणि जैसा कुछ दिख सकता है। तो आपको पता है कि सोलर एक्लिप्स में डायमंड रिंग हमें दिखाई देती है, और लेकिन ये एक स्पेशल एक्लिप्स है जहाँ पे कंप्लीट नेकलेस हमको मिल सकता है।
Samir, we have IIA feed from Hanle in Ladakh, and there is a maximum eclipse there at the moment.
हनले जो लद्दाख में है, यहाँ पर भारत की कह जा सकती है कि दूसरी सबसे बड़ी दूरबीन स्थित है। सारे खगोल शास्त्री उसकी तरफ उसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं, और आज लेकिन वहां से एक स्पेशल फीड हमें मिल रही है इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स की तरफ से, और आप देख सकते हैं कि जिसमें हनले की फीड हमें मिल रही है, और करीब करीब 90% से ज्यादा सूरज वहां पे ढका हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। एक ऑलमोस्ट ऐसे लग रहा है कि एक वो चांद ही है, लेकिन उल्टा है, इसमें जो डार्क आप चीज देख रहे हैं वो चांद है, और जो प्रकाशित भाग जो देख रहे हैं वो सूरज का एक छोटा सा हिस्सा है जो कि चांद के पीछे से हमें दिखाई दे रहा है अभी। कि यहाँ पे मैक्सिमम फेज है हनले में, हम इसे कोशिश करें फुल स्क्रीन दिखाने की, तो और उसके साथ साथ राजस्थान में आप देख सकते हैं ऊपर ही अभी सूरज धीरे धीरे बाहर निकलने लगा है चांद के पीछे से, और उसकी झलक हमें ज्यादा दिखाई दे रही है। लेकिन दोनों अभी बहुत सुंदर क्रेसेंट शेप जिसको कहते हैं, चंद्राकार शेप में दिखाई दे रहे हैं दोनों फील्ड्स में।
So let's bring in Neeraj from South Africa. Neeraj was earlier with NCRA in Pune, and now he has moved to South Africa, and he is now chair of the outreach committee of the African Astronomical Society. So Neeraj, what was the experience of eclipse in African continent?
Hi, yeah. I think my video is off.
So Neeraj, you can go ahead. Samir will switch on the video.
Okay. Yeah. So I am right now in Cape Town in South Africa. Cape Town does not have an eclipse, unfortunately. The shadow does not fall on Cape Town. However, the eclipse started here in Africa. It started at the edge of Democratic Republic of Congo, went through Central African Republic, South Sudan, and Ethiopia and Eritrea, and then went on to the Arabian Peninsula and then to India, where you're seeing it right now. So here we had a large campaign across many countries. We had done resource material like posters and handbooks, got them translated in various languages, and the three teams. One in Ethiopia in the path of annularity in Lalibela, one in Nairobi in Kenya, and one in Arusha in Tanzania, who were transmitting the eclipse through the telescope, which we just finished seeing. The eclipse is finished in Africa now, and we handed over the eclipse to you guys now to watch. And very soon, I think in a couple of hours from now, the eclipse will then move on to Taiwan and then end in the Pacific Ocean. So in some sense, all of us, like Durgesh said, are stuck in our houses. Eclipse is something to be enjoyed together in public with your friends and family. Usually you would gather in huge numbers in public parks and planetaria to see it together. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, we can't. But then because of that, I think something very nice happened, which is that a number of people across so many countries have made an effort to produce live feeds from the telescopes. And the fact that I can sit here in Cape Town and watch the eclipse progress like a Mexican wave, from Central Africa to East Africa to Dubai to Pakistan to India and then to Tibet and then China and then the rest of Southeast China and then Taiwan. And there are feeds from outside the path of annularity, from all the way from Russia in the north to Indonesia and South Korea and Vietnam. And the fact that I can see all these different feeds from across the world and see the eclipse progress bit by bit, where it leaves one place, it starts another place, etc. Kind of brings us all together in another sense, and I think it's really nice, and that's been happening as well.
So we are asking everybody how many eclipses you have seen in the past. So what is your count?
Sorry. I want to make it a point to eat during the eclipse in front of everybody.
Yes, we invite everybody to eat. It's almost lunchtime, and there's no reason to not eat at this time. So let's do.
Please do eat and drink. No, so here is just morning for us here. I think there was an eclipse, the 1980 eclipse when I was in Chennai. Of course, was a disaster in terms of public relations. I know the government had told people not to go out of the houses, unfortunately, and everybody was indoors. I was not allowed to go see it by my family either, unfortunately. And then there was a partial eclipse later when I was in high school, which I saw and showed all my neighbors, in Chennai. But the total eclipse I saw, which I'll never forget, was in Kalpi in Uttar Pradesh in 1995. When I was doing my master's, we all took buses and went down and saw it, and that was just amazing. That happened during Diwali, and there were some 500 of us in this huge Maidan in Kalpi. People are shouting and screaming, and we all college students. And eclipse progressed, and some of us, with cameras and telescopes, and totality happened. It was in the belt totality, and then this complete silence, right? Not just the entire world became silent because but imagine 500 college students becoming completely silent and not shouting and screaming, because it was just completely awe-inspiring. I think somebody earlier mentioned as to what an experience it is. And in the past, and when I saw the total eclipse, it was one of the best moments in my life. But I could also begin to understand why cultures across the world were scared. If you do not understand what the eclipse is due to, it could be a scary experience. Because we know what it is and understand it is an awe-inspiring and an amazing experience. But it could be, you understand why it was scary to people, right? And then I saw the annular eclipse last year in December 26 from the path of annularity in Ooty from the Radio Astronomy Center of NCRA, which again was simply amazing. It was very different from total eclipse, and it was amazing in a very different way. And of course, we all seen enough lunar eclipses. The lunar eclipses are much more common, and we've seen a lot of them. And this is my first eclipse I'm seeing from across the world without leaving my living room.
That's a big array of experiences.
Yeah. We all want to be eclipse chasers, right? So,
sure.
Yeah. Let's move on to Professor Raichaudhuri. So, what about you? You also would have had your fair share of eclipses.
No, I'm not an eclipse chaser, but very much the same ones that Neeraj talked about. 1980, I remember. I did not listen to my parents. My mother did not want me to go out, but I did. But there also we had to watch it through television at that time. Actually, we were. I was in Calcutta at that time, and we did not have a very good view. The best view was 95. 95. Like Neeraj, I was in Rajasthan. In fact, from IUCAA, we had a whole big trip. Future director of IUCAA at that time was Naresh Dadhich. Naresh Dadhich's native village, Churu, in Rajasthan, was in the zone of totality, and a lot of us went together. And one of the things that I won't forget ever is the fact that this was the morning after Diwali. And the Diwali, and through the night we traveled in a bus through villages which were lit by these little diyas all over. And in the entire night, the little lamps were outlining all the little houses in the villages. And we went through that, and we reached this little village. And then in the morning, early morning, this whole spectacle, the first real eclipse of my life, was absolutely mind-blowing, because it was quite a long eclipse. And as you said earlier in this broadcast before, eclipses change your life. And every single eclipse, it's like seeing the Taj Mahal. You go there, and every time you go back, it surprises you. And every time you see an eclipse, it surprises you, because not because it is different, but it is almost. That's the closest to a religious experience I've had, and I'm not a religious man. And of course, you need to drink and eat during the eclipse, and we've been doing this, and we had very good food during that trip as well. But what happens in the eclipse is that you also look at nature itself, and nature stands still. Suddenly, light goes away, and the birds are unnerved. The animals are unnerved. They think that there's something unnatural is happening. And we know, of course, this is nothing unnatural. This is a natural thing. It's a shadow of the moon, but it hasn't happened very often. But that tells you, as you said before, why humans have been very afraid of it. I mean, we've known that this is the shadow of the moon for a long time. Aryabhatta in the 6th century worked it out, and Aryabhatta told us it is that. So it's not that we didn't know that this is. But then people tell us from myth, from all kinds of things, that it's going to be bad for us. The Rahu and the Ketu and all kinds of stories come from our myths. But all through our tradition, even our tradition, I'm not going to the Western tradition, even in Indian tradition, the mathematicians, the astronomers, even the astrologers like Aryabhatta, who was working out positions of the stars, the planets, etc., through mathematics, worked it out. I mean, it's a very rational explanation. The fact that it is a shadow, and the fact that it doesn't happen all the time, is fantastic. In the next 100 years from India, we will see another 5 eclipses. And so in my lifetime, if I stay in India, I might not see many. But of course, we are mobile. And as Neeraj pointed out, we can see now everything through the internet, and you can actually follow the whole thing. This is the first time, I think, such an eclipse is being followed across India like this. It's wonderful. I mean, I in the December eclipse too, I did not see so many feeds coming from this path, and the weather, I don't know, wasn't that good. But now suddenly it started off cloudy in many places, but it looks like we've started to see all this. I went on several TV channels today, in between talking to you in the morning, and it is amazing how much discussion on Indian TV channels is happening on the relation between the coronavirus and the corona of the sun. And these words get mixed up. Virus, somebody said from Madras, from Chennai, that the coronavirus will go away tomorrow, and it's gone viral. And the corona of the sun can be seen during eclipses, and the coronavirus. All are getting mixed up. And people, I don't know, people latch onto words rather than concepts, I think. And the fact that somebody, in some scientist, quote unquote, apparently said that the ultraviolet rays from the sun is going to come and kill the coronavirus today. And as Divya Oberoi said in the morning too, we don't get the ultraviolet rays from the sun. If we did, we would have skin cancer. The ozone layer's job is to stop the ultraviolet rays from the sun. In order to do ultraviolet astronomy, we have to send satellites up into space. Why would we send astrosat up into space if we could get ultraviolet rays up on the Earth? So people are mind-bogglingly confused. People are confused. People think that 2 tulsi leaves put in my food is going to make it all right, and we can fight the evil demon with tulsi leaves. This is just amazingly mind-boggling dumb. And so the fact that we are just looking at a shadow, and under this shadow we've seen something that lasts a few hours, and the actual event lasts minutes, seconds, but it's beautiful. And why can't people just look at this event like a momentous event in their life? Happens once, twice, 3 times in their. I mean, I've known people who chase eclipses. Owen Gingerich, who I studied with at Harvard University, has seen 57 eclipses in his life, because he goes where the eclipses go. But if you stay in one place in your lifetime, you'll see probably one, or even none, because at any place on the Earth, an eclipse happens, a total eclipse happens every 300 years or something like that. In the same country, maybe 10 times in a century. But if you can chase these eclipses, and nothing's happened to these people, they've chased eclipses all over the world. So all this discussion going on for many days about the fact that there are 2 eclipses, 2 annular eclipses within a few months, and that is why the coronavirus has come and it's going to go away. And people don't even think the fact that these 2 eclipses that you're seeing is from India only, and maybe Pakistan and some countries in the Middle East and Africa, as Neeraj pointed out. But this is a shadow that's moving around. And then you see the most people have died in Italy and in Spain and in England and the US. Poor guys don't see the eclipse, but their people are dying because of us, because we are causing the coronavirus, because this moon shadow is falling on us. So I mean, this is the kind of stuff that's going on in all the TV channels right now, and I think we should stand up against it and tell people to just go out and see what's happening out there. That's wonderful.
Yeah, you mentioned the confusion between solar corona and the coronavirus, and we have somebody who studies corona of sun. So Dibendu, let's come to, yeah. So historically, eclipses have been important for development of astronomy. Several breakthrough experiments have happened during the eclipses. So, like helium was discovered during an eclipse, or so can you talk about how eclipses are used in astronomical research, or earlier were used before the advent of space era and things like that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, first of all, I'm happy to return back, and I've been following you folks. I think you're doing a wonderful job of showcasing this eclipse throughout the country. This is a great initiative, particularly because you're pulling in so many efforts from all around India. It's just great to see the enthusiasm. So to come back to your question, I think the most spectacular scientific success in terms of utilizing an eclipse for testing some of the ideas that we have developed is I think this eclipse expedition by Arthur Eddington to South Africa. I forget the exact year. I think somebody here may know about it.
1919.
1919. Yes, I think that was the first important test of Albert Einstein's theory of relativity, and there are some amazing stories about this expedition where these folks went and they put up tents somewhere out in the wild, and then there's some issues with clouds, and they had two different locations that they had earmarked, but somehow at the last moment things magically worked out, and Arthur Eddington could do this measurements, and he came back to the UK and did the analysis, and that was the first confirmation of Einstein's theory of relativity. And this is a huge success, early success for Einstein. And this is, I mean, if you think of it, it's kind of funny because another important prediction of Einstein's general theory of relativity, which is the gravitational waves, was just tested just some time back, based on much more sophisticated instrumentation with a huge, big, interferometric detector, which is the LIGO network, which of course also IUCAA is involved in, and many Indians are involved in. So that was one of the biggest scientific successes of experiments done during eclipses. Coming to the solar side, if you look at the corona, you mentioned work on the sun's corona. This is important from the perspective that the activity that is generated in the sun's corona and the evolution of the magnetic structure of the sun's corona. When the corona exists because of the sun's magnetic field and because of magnetic heating, the coronal temperatures rise to something about 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin. So this magnetic field evolution and the structure actually determines the environment in space. So there is something called space weather, and believe it or not, the environment in space changes, and these changes are governed by the sun. And it's the coronal dynamics that governs these changes. But observing the sun's corona is extremely difficult under normal circumstances, because the flux of photons, or the light, the intensity of light that comes from the sun's disk, the main part of the sun, is so much that it overwhelms the amount of light that comes from the corona, which is a very low density region surrounding the sun. Eclipses, where the moon basically completely covers the sun's disk and therefore stops the light from the disk to reach Earth, provides this wonderful natural opportunity for the corona to become visible, the faint light from the corona. And this is when we can actually test our theoretical ideas and the models for the evolution of the coronal structure, because during this total eclipses, you can actually make observations of the corona. and test these theories out. So this is, I think, one of the great opportunities that eclipses provide. And so when you hear about astronomers and solar physicists chasing eclipses, it's not just about fun. It's actually about serious work where they put up spectroscopic observations and other kind of observations, including now polarization observations to capture the magnetic field structure of the corona. And then they throw these observations out to theorists and modelers like us who test our models during the eclipses. And we have done that quite successfully in the past as well.
We also have now Professor Dipankar Banerjee. So Dipankar,
yes,
yeah. So how was the eclipse from Nainital?
Yeah, it's just right now it is clearing out. It was all cloudy, and just last few minutes it has opened up now, and people are all outside. I just have to come in. So I just took some pictures. So the feed, of course, we were all taking it from Hanle primarily. Aniket, I just sure, can you give me 5 minutes, because there is a call from, All India Radio. And if you just give me 5 minutes, I will come back.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
How are things in Kolkata, Dipendu?
So I was earlier with a Bengali news channel, 24 Ghanta. Then in between, my wife called me downstairs. So there was a break in the clouds. And we could see, like, just around noon, I think that's when we had kind of a maximum part of the partial eclipse that is seen from here. So we did get to see it. And so 24 Ghanta was giving this live feed, and they had representatives from various parts of Bengal. And I was very happy to see the enthusiasm of people. So I think people in Bengal are actually enjoying this. And যদি এখানে কোনো বাঙালিরা এখন শুনছেন, তাহলে আপনাদের স্বাগত জানাই এখানে, নমস্কার। আশা করি আপনারা ইক্লিপস দেখছেন, এবং এখানে সমগ্র আছে বাঙালি, দীপঙ্কর আছে। আশা করি আপনারা এখান থেকে কিছু সায়েন্টিফিক তথ্য, বৈজ্ঞানিক তথ্য ইক্লিপস আপনারা জানতে পারবেন আজকে। আনন্দ করুন, ইক্লিপসের মজা লুটুন এবং সায়েন্সকে আগে বাড়ান। Sorry, Anik, I went into a little loop in Bengali because, hoping that there's some Bengali viewers.
No, Dipendu, we are actually doing quite a lot of multilingual broadcasts here. I mean, Marathi, we've talked about, we've had many languages here covered, and we are going to try to see how many languages we can cover today.
I mean, this is so beautiful, right? I mean, in India, the diversity of India is, and diversity of people and the languages and our culture. And a phenomena such as this, which is shared by everybody, brings everybody together in spite of their differences, and it's so wonderful to see.
And wonderful, Dipendu, I wanted to point out, Sameer and Aniket, I would like everybody to go out if they're if the sun is shining there and no clouds, to look at the images of the eclipse under the trees, because the leaves act as pinhole cameras. And it is lovely out there. People are taking pictures and putting it on social media. And you can see, if you go under a tree that has dense leaves and the space between the leaves act as pinhole camera, you can see hundreds of eclipsed suns on the ground, on the roads. And it is lovely to see. So if you're near a tree, go and look at the eclipse on the ground.
Tare Zameen pe, so our Tara has Zameen today. It's in shape. Lovely. So we have very a stellar range of astronomers here, both from solar physics and in general in astronomy. And we have 3 directors present at this moment. So let's again let's welcome, of course, Dr. Annapurni from Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and also Dipankar Banerjee will be finishing his call very soon, so he'll be with us sharing his experience from Nainital. Maybe in that moment, Dr. Annapurni could share what experience you had from Hanle and Kodaikanal and even Bangalore.
Yeah, hi everyone. So just completed crossed over the maximum in Hanle. So we were watching from all sides. So in the beginning, we had cloudy skies in Bangalore and Kodaikanal, but Hanle was very clear. So Hanle feed was going on pretty and full stream. And in actually what happens during total solar eclipse is all our campuses are very famous for pretty pictures of sun and the eclipse, etc. So we normally have a lot of people visiting Kodaikanal, Hanley, and Bangalore campus also. The lawns will be full of activity and everything. So with the situation, we hardly had anyone, just our own team setting up the instruments, etc. And our auditorium was converted into our war room where we have the all the feeds coming in and etc. So we're monitoring Kodaikanal and Bangalore from here, and Hanley was also coming in. Kodaikanal cleared a little after some time, and Bangalore kept becoming cloudy. But Hanley, we had a very good stream, and then completely it was clear. And except during near the maximum, we had a little bit of passing clouds were there, but then everything is okay. And we don't have too many people in the campus because of this pandemic. Otherwise, excitement is virtual, and every site we have about between 500 to 3,000 people watching the whole web stream. So coverage-wise, it's been very good, but you can't actually face-to-face feel the excitement and share the joy of actually seeing the eclipses minimal.
Sorry, that is that all the outreach groups are taking so much efforts from all institutes and trying to put out feeds for everybody to see, particularly in these times when we are banned to go out from our houses even.
Yeah.
It's been amazing. We've just experienced annularity view from 2 feeds, and all of us had goosebumps and were going wow and enjoying the moment. But however, I'll mention that Hanley has been, I think, the most popular feed.
Yeah.
Most of the other people who promised feeds are running Hanley feeds. So we are at a lack of feeds in that way. However, of course, the most special thing that we have here is all the scientists who can put forward their views here on various aspects. In fact, I want to spring a question to those present. There have been some pictures taken with very good cameras and good telescopes involved. So are we also planning to do some analysis of those images and maybe look at the lunar profile, limb profile or something like that? Or could it be a project for college students, undergraduates, etc.?
Yeah, so in our case, we have good pictures coming from Kodaikanal. The resolutions are high because it's coming from the Solar Tower telescope. The resolution is high. But then the coverage is, the eclipse coverage is only about less than 30%. So you will not be able to see the rim of the sun or anything like that. So that is a high resolution picture where you can work on. But then the setup over here in Bangalore as well as in Hanley is not a high resolution picture. So we are not able to, I don't know how good the resolution will be to do any particular science with it. So that is the issue. We wanted to send across some good instruments from here to Hanley transfer so that we can actually set up them there, but then we could not even transport them. So the issues were there. So because of that, we could set up a structure to view it, but not of a science quality images could not be obtained. But IIA otherwise is very well known for expeditions during eclipses. We have carried out several expeditions for which even Dipankar was, he was a member of these teams. And so it is historically we have been carrying out experiments. So he's a right person to speak more about the science which has been carried out. But we used to get coronal images, and also Debunking is there who would predict and model it and predict how the solar corona is going to view during the eclipse. So they probably can say better. But right now our instrumental setup is not the optimal to perform detailed science as such, because we haven't been able to go to this absolutely brilliant location with our instruments to set up because of the condition.
Let me bring back Neeraj. So Neeraj, Professor Shomak Rajudari earlier mentioned that there were we will get very few opportunities in our lifetime to watch either total or annular solar eclipses from India. So what can you tell us about the future total or annular eclipses from India?
Yeah, thanks, Aniket. I just want to add to what Shomak said about the eclipse just being a shadow. People say, don't be afraid of your own shadow. And I think we should also stop being afraid of the moon shadow apart from our own. India is not going to have many eclipses very soon, unfortunately. This is going to be the last one for quite some time, for next 10 or 11 years. The next solar eclipse, which will be seen in India, is going to be on May 21st, 2031, 11 years from now. And that will be an annular eclipse. The annular path will cut through Kerala and Tamil Nadu, like it did in December. And the rest of the country will see a partial eclipse. And then that is in 2031. 3 years after that, in 2034, on March 20th, there'll be a solar eclipse. The totality will pass through like the northernmost parts of India. The rest will see a annular eclipse. The next proper total eclipse going through India is going to be in 2064. And so that's quite far away, actually. And therefore, for the next few years, we will be reduced to seeing eclipses through live feeds of other countries. And I think that's the next best thing. I just want to add to something Dibendu had said about scientific advances made in eclipses, and he talked about advances made for science in terms of theory of gravity or helium discovery. I wanted to quickly add, if I may, an important eclipse for outreach and for making modern astronomy consistent with older astronomy, right? So there was this famous astronomer called Raghunath Achari working in the Madras Observatory in the late 1800s when it was under the British. And he came from a family of Panjang makers, or almanac makers, traditional Indian almanacs, right? And he also knew modern astronomy well. He was a trained astronomer. He then found that the tables used by traditional astronomers in India were no longer accurate because the numbers they used were from observations long back. And so he had held huge debates with the almanac makers, Panjang makers, saying, look, update your tables. We'll provide you with modern values for the tables. A lot of them refused. And the huge debate, which of course ultimately was settled, and they did update the tables of the Panjangs following him. But one of the ways he did it was very nice. He said, look, there's going to be a solar eclipse in 1868 and 1871, which will be seen in southern India. And he said, look, your predictions say that this is how the eclipse will look and it'll appear at this time. We say, based on these predictions using modern values of planetary positions, that it will occur at this time. And then he told the people, look, I'm telling the public at large, not just astronomers, the public at large, just go out and verify for yourself with your own eyes which one is correct, right? And I think that's very interesting, because it's one of the first times in modern Indian history where science was kind of became part of the public domain, and the public were told that they could themselves verify predictions and see which theory was right and which was wrong and so on. So I think that is something I wanted to mention, which I thought was very interesting. But coming back to your question, yes, so this is going to be the last solar eclipse for the next 11 years, unfortunately. And that's why this is very important. That's why having live feeds from across the world is very interesting. I was just looking at the live feeds. The Abu Dhabi feed shows that the eclipse is just about over in the Middle East. The feed from Taiwan shows that the eclipse is starting. The moon is just entering the sun's disk now in Taiwan. And the feeds from farther south, like Indonesia, Malaysia, the eclipse is yet to start, right? So, and we are right in the middle of it in India. So yeah, that's interesting too.
So Dipankar, while you were away, it was mentioned that you have earlier led IA teams which went to different places to study solar corona during eclipses. So can you tell about these expeditions?
Sure. So actually, I have few images which probably give a better overview of this. So if you can see my screen, is it visible?
Yeah, but you have to maximize the...
Yeah, my PowerPoint has gone somewhere, so I have to bring that in. Yeah. So are you able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So there are two things I wanted to highlight. One was since Dibendu was there in the panel, he didn't talk much about his own work and why we really, wait for the total solar eclipse, occasions and so on. One thing is, sun is a, magnetic star, and this overall magnetic field structure of the corona, we do not have a very clear understanding. So this is called the global field of the corona at a large scale. And some of these work actually it's happening at SESI, Kolkata. This is ISER, Kolkata, and Dibindu is leading this bunch of young kids who are doing very nice work. Which what they do is they predict the solar eclipses image, how it will look before the eclipse happens. So this is nice because based on our theoretical understanding and observations in the previous day of eclipse, they predict what would be the picture of the global field. And this is again another example of course, in the prediction there are many people across the globe, and Dibindu is one of the many. And as you can see with this image taken on 21st August 2017 eclipse and 2019 eclipse, and the theoretical predictions, how it was. If you flip-flop, you see this. I just want to, because I'm getting this opportunity, so again say a few things about why people are scared about eclipses. I mean, what is the history and why it is that we have to be so scared about history? I think it's just nothing but about darkness. I mean, suddenly if you find that middle of the day things are getting so dark, so it's just this attitude. So if you go back to the historical pictures and paintings, you will see that either somebody is eating the moon or somebody is eating the sun, big demon or some animals. And even during the eclipses, in the lower image what you see from National Geographic is that people used to burn certain objects. So they put fire, they will make a lot of noises to scare this, because it is something which is unnatural. So but the point is, today in the modern day we know why eclipses happen. In those times people didn't know what is the real cause of the eclipses. So this is, I think, a big message which we need to do. Thankfully, and since morning I was in a Zoom session, and there were more than 100 kids, and I was continuously interacting with them. I was eating in front of them, having tea, coffee, and telling them how to look at the eclipse, how to make a pinhole camera and so on. I think this is a very important exercise we have to do, and I'm thankful for ASI for doing this. So this is my experience. Again, we are fortunate to be privileged to be able to travel to distant locations with big expeditions. But of course, we do some science out of this total eclipses as well. So this is one example where we were a team from India led by Professor Jagdeep Singh and our former director, Professor Siraj Hassan. And I was somewhat younger at that time. You can see that group picture. And we had two 40-centimeter telescope. We had a spectroscopic arrangement. So this is what we observed in that. So there is something called a red and green emission from the solar corona. This you can only see during a total solar eclipse. In fact, incidentally, these experiments which we ran more than 10 years back actually gave us the confidence to build a coronagraph for space. In fact, the Aditya L1 coronagraph is going to have these two spectral lines as a main source of observation. So of course, we could only observe less than a minute of total solar eclipse while we were in China. But then in Aditya L1, when we are there at L1 location, we will have these artificial total eclipse conditions continuously for as long as we want, at least for 5 years. That's the thing. So that was way back in 2009. I didn't talk about even earlier. Actually, I was fortunate, one of the few who was flying with the Indian Air Force aircraft in 1995. From Agra, we flew out, and we were a team of 5. We were with the Air Force team and looking at the total solar eclipse. So that was way back in 1995. And then 2010, just after the China eclipse, I was again very fortunate to travel all across to the other part of the globe. This is called Easter Island, almost middle of nowhere. No land, the nearest land, it takes about 4 hours to fly. And this is a Mystica Island, and we were fortunate to go. I think Shumogda was just mentioning that we are some of our crazy guys. We are also called eclipse chasers. we chase the eclipse, because if you are in one location, you won't get to see many eclipses. So really you have to travel across and see these eclipses. This is the island which I was talking about, quite a mysterious and historical island. Still people do not understand, this is more than 5,000 years old. These statues which are there in those islands, how it came. So the point is, we scientists are really, really privileged, in the name of science, which of course excites us, but it also gives us the opportunity to travel across the globe. This was the team again for this eclipse expedition. Even the Indian ambassador from Chile, he flew into this island to watch the eclipse together with us. So this was a very, very exciting moment. Last year, along with the two other panelists today, Durgesh and the Bindu, we were fortunate to travel to Argentina in July. So this movie is actually taken from, at the other side from Chile, because there is observatory and so on. So but it was a spectacular sight. So this is my real experience. There is again a total solar eclipse in the end of this year in December in Argentina. Some of us were planning to go. I think I'm sure Shomok there was also planning to go, but I think under current circumstances it may not happen. So again, it's just our excitement, when we really enjoy what we do, and that also allows us to, travel across and share this, excitements with others.
Thanks, Dipankar. I think now it's time for our regional plugs. So we have several Bengali speakers. We can start with Bengali, a short plug about what we have witnessed so far in Bengali. Anyone can take. Anyone. So, Dibyendu, you want to go for that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, খানিকক্ষণ আগে আমি বাংলাতে বললাম, আবার বলতে পারি। তো মানে পশ্চিমবঙ্গে আমরা ইক্লিপসের যে পুরো মজাটা সেটা আমরা পাইনি, এই লাইভ ফিডে সেটা পাওয়া গেল, কারণ এখানে হানলের থেকে নর্থ ইন্ডিয়া বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে আমরা দেখতে পেলাম এই অ্যানুলারিটিটা, যেটা খুব একটা রেয়ার ব্যাপার, যেখানে চাঁদ সূর্যের ভেতর দিকটা ঢেকে দিতে পারে, কিন্তু সামনে বাইরের দিকে একটা ছোট্ট রিম, একটা মানে ঠিকরে বেড়ে আলো মানে আলোর একটা রিং, যেটাকে আমরা অ্যানুলার মানে জিওমেট্রিক্যাল একটা অ্যানুলার শেপ নেয় আর কি। তো এই ইক্লিপসটা একটা অসাধারণ একটা এক্সপেরিয়েন্স, যেটা অনেক বছর আমরা পাবো না। সুতরাং আপনারা যেটা আজকে দেখতে পেলেন কিছুটা পশ্চিমবঙ্গ থেকে, কিছুটা পার্শিয়ালি, আপনারা যারা অনলাইনে আছেন তারা একটা বিস্ময়কর একটা ঘটনা দেখলেন, যেটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি কমপ্লিটলি ফিজিক্স দিয়ে আমরা এক্সপ্লেন করতে পারি, এবং এই ধরনের ফেনোমেনা থেকে আমরা অনেক রকম সায়েন্স পার করতে পারি, অনেক রকম সায়েন্টিফিক থিওরি টেস্ট করতে পারি, যেটা দীপঙ্কর খানিকক্ষণ আগে বললো। সুতরাং এটার একটা সাধারণ একটা ভালো লাগার ব্যাপার আছে, একটা বিস্ময়কর ব্যাপারও আছে, এর মধ্যে কিন্তু একটা গভীর একটা সায়েন্টিফিক পার্সিউট আছে ইক্লিপসে, যেটা আমরা কয়েকশো বছর ধরে করছি। তো আপনাদের অভিনন্দন, আপনারা যারা ইক্লিপস দেখলেন, এবং ধন্যবাদ আমাদের সঙ্গে থাকার জন্য।
Thanks, Bindu. We also have Professor Prajwal Shastri who has joined us now. Prajwal, we can see you somewhere. You're somewhere outside. Can you tell us where you are and what did you observe today? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
So I was very pleasantly surprised by the clouds parting, because the Weather Bureau had predicted cloudy weather here in Bengaluru, where I am. So right at the moment, I'm at a very historical, geologically significant place, namely Lal Bagh. I'm standing on the big rock. You can see the Kempegowda Gopura in the background. And I'm watching the eclipse from here. It's of course coming close to release, to final contact. There are a few friends around me. Earlier in the day, there were about 30 people, which is nice. But it's also very sad, because Bengaluru, which is meant to be, which calls itself itself a modern city, an IT city, a science city before that. In fact, we just celebrated the centenary of Sound. Last week we celebrated his centenary, and he was a person who played a major role in crafting Bengal. Almost nobody out, everybody's in, shops are closed, restaurants are closed, and everyone is huddled in. The media has been the dominant theme over the last couple of days. So that it's insight, but at the same time, there's a lot of sadness and disappointment at what is happening. Actually, the disappointment was in one way expected, because we were expecting the weather to be bad, but the weather has been extremely cooperative. So it's a beautiful sunny day, and I can still see the eclipse with my glasses. But yeah, we also did our best to try and persuade people to use safety glasses and goggles, otherwise to just stand next to a tree, because the sun is high in the sky. So just stand next to a tree and watch the effects of the pinhole camera images on the ground before the eclipse and during the eclipse, where we see the beautiful crescent sun images. Did you have any questions?
Aniket, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did anyone have any questions?
It's revealing to see such a state of misinformation amongst the people, where they're missing out on such a great site. And in fact, Bangalore is in between it's getting a very similar phase as compared to December as well. So it would have been amazing if people watched it
yes.
that time, and now also, of course, following social distancing. But that's the sad state. However, we have been successful in showing this over the internet to many people, and they've been asking excellent questions. If there's any kind of information that you may want to give in, let's say, in Kannada to the people who are watching, I appreciate that.
Okay. ಹವಾಮಾನ ತಜ್ಞರು ಅವರ ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಡ ಕವಿಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಆದ್ರೆ ಮೋಡ ಕವಿದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೇ ಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ರೂ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದು ಈ ಗ್ರಹಣದ ಕೊನೆ ಹಂತವನ್ನ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿ. ಖಂಡ ಸೂರ್ಯ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕಾಣುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಅಪರೂಪ. ಖಂಡ ಸೂರ್ಯವು ಬರೀ ಗ್ರಹಣ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಾಣುತ್ತದೆ, ಬರೀ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸೂರ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬರುವಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಾಣುತ್ತದೆ. ಚಂದ್ರವು ಆ ಆಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತದೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಆ ಆಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅಪರೂಪದ ದೃಶ್ಯ ಇದು. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ರೂ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಬಿಸಿಲು, ಮೋಡಗಳು ಆಚೆ ಸದ್ದಿವೆ. ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಮರ ಇದ್ರೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಎಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಮರ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಂಥ ಮರದ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಖಂಡ ಸೂರ್ಯದ ಬಿಂಬಗಳು ನೆಲದ ಮೇಲೆ ಚೆಲ್ಲಿರೋದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಅಥವಾ ಸೂರ್ಯನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಮೂಲಕ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಬಿಂಬವನ್ನು ಬೀರಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಆ ಖಂಡ ಸೂರ್ಯದ ಆಕಾರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಪೂರ್ವವಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ.
We have the Khanda Surya Akara, and we can still see feeds from various other places. And I hope you enjoyed it through your solar eclipse goggles, although we couldn't really see anything much in Pune here.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, here it's wonderful. In fact, it's better than what it was during December. I wasn't here in December. I'd gone to the area of the totality, but here in Bengaluru, it was the weather didn't cooperate at all. Whereas today, it's just beautiful out here right now.
Right. Yeah, we all wish we could have been outside and get some fresh breeze.
Yeah.
Raining in Pune here.
Yeah.
But we do have some good feeds, and I think in the eastern countries we are having annularities now. we're trying to get you the feeds right now. Thanks, Prajal, for joining in live from live location, not just from your office.
Yeah, good to see Prajal actually.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
So lovely. I think the shadow is now traveling more towards the eastern regions, and it is just past max time in Kolkata and the eastern Seven Sister states. So we have some feeds. Hanle is still showing a nice crescent, and hopefully we'll get some feeds from Taiwan and later from Singapore and Japan, which will show us another crescent, or another ring. While crossing our fingers, we can shift back to our other experts. If there are anything special that you would like to say at this moment, when we have crossed over, the shadow has crossed over the length of India, breadth of India, and reaching the east.
I found Dipankar's presentation very, very fascinating, the work that was done with previous eclipses. And we still have Dibyendu and Durgesh on here. I would like them to also talk about these experiments, because you were there in many of these experiments, Dibyendu, in South America, for example. And so can you share a little more? One of the things I found fascinating was, of course, Aditya L1, which we are going to launch next year, is going to have a perpetual eclipse for 5 years.
Right.
And we are going to make an eclipse. We'll make sure Aditya L1 does not eat or drink during that 5-year eclipse. But the fact that we're going to have this wonderful event that is linked to the picture Dipankar showed from the eclipse expedition in China. Do you have talk a little bit more about it? I think it was very fascinating.
I mean, so my first eclipse was when I was 7 years old, and this I don't really have a very good memory in general, but I really remember this because this is 1980, I think, and I grew up. I was born in Bihar, Jamshedpur. I grew up. My childhood was spent in Orissa, and then I moved to Bengal. So I was in Orissa then. I remember we went on a trip to Konark, and we saw the total eclipse in 1980 from Konark, and I have not forgotten that. That's I had this vague memory of something absolutely wondrous. And then, I mean, believe it or not, the next total eclipse that I actually saw was last year in Argentina. And this was very special because by then, I had become a scientist and a solar physicist. And the earlier one, I was just a child. And this was a wonderful opportunity because before we traveled to Argentina, we actually modeled, we developed models for the evolution of the magnetic structure of the corona. And we tested this model, we made a prediction for the eclipse. And then we traveled to Argentina. Dipankar was there, Durgesh was there, and we actually observed the eclipse. And much of our predictions actually also came true. And this is like the development of scientific ideas and scientific theories is an ongoing process. You don't necessarily get it right. We are not magicians. We are scientists. And we learn from our mistakes. And this eclipse has sort of provided us with an opportunity to improve our understanding and the science, tweak our models to tune it towards getting it right. With the idea, the eventual idea that when you do get it right, we should be able to make forecasts for the space environment, which is important for protecting our satellite-based assets like telecommunications, GPS navigational networks, weather satellites, which is India's is really dependent on right now. But the eclipses only provide you with very rare and sparse opportunity to develop your understanding and test these models. So one of the ideas of the Aditya L1 solar mission, which is India's first satellite, which is going to be launched next year, in which many institutions like IIA, IUCAA, PRL, CESI, Kolkata, ISRO are involved in, is to actually continuously observe the corona. And the corona is sort of the lower boundary of the solar system. And anything that goes on in the corona eventually determines the conditions of the solar system. And so this continuous observation of the sun's corona through, for example, the one of the instruments, which is the variable emission line coronagraph, of which Dipankar is the science lead. So the idea is to cover the sun's surface with the artificial disk in front of the telescope, so that you can continuously observe the thin layer of the outer solar corona. And from there, we can make various observations. We can make observations, spectroscopic observations, at the waves, the density profile, the temperature of the sun's corona, the velocity. We can measure the velocities of the plasma, the million-degree plasma in the sun's corona. We can also, based on certain measurements, figure out how the magnetic structures form and evolve and give rise to this massive solar storms, which can impact satellites which are orbiting Earth. These are some of the fantastic opportunities that Aditya L1 satellite is going to present. And of course, Durgesh, who I don't see now, who's at IUCAA, is leading the development of the Solar Ultraviolet Imaging Telescope. This is also a very unique instrument in the sense that it will be imaging the sun in a certain range of ultraviolet wavelengths, which you do not get low down on Earth. You have to be outside the Earth's atmosphere, because the Earth's upper atmosphere absorbs much of it. And because the Earth's upper atmosphere absorbs much of this radiation, it also plays a very important role in driving the upper atmospheric dynamics and the climate system. So this very important instrument that's being built at IUCAA will also provide a long-term measurement of the ultraviolet radiation from the sun, which will play a very important role in feeding into climate models. And also, of course, it will also make other important observations. For example, the energy transfer and the dynamics in the lower solar chromosphere. There are also instruments which are in situ instruments, which will measure the properties of space at the place where the satellite is located, which is at Lagrange point L1, somewhere close to the Earth, but in the Sun-Earth line. And so from these measurements, we can figure out what space environmental conditions exist near Earth. And therefore, based on this, we can make forecasts for space weather. So this is a very important investment that India has made in this Aditya L1 solar satellite, and it's amazing in the sense that in the foothills of along the same lines of the AstroSat satellite, multiple different educational institutions are involved, and multiple students are involved in building this satellite. So it's truly a national effort, and I think we are very proud to be associated with this. And I'm glad that you brought this up on the occasion of this very issue.
Thanks, Dipendu. I remember last year during during the annular eclipse, we were in Kerala actually doing a solar physics workshop there, and so many students showed so much interest. And in general, the crowd, the parents in the crowd were also asking how their children could in the future join solar or any kind of astrophysics. So I think such events do have their good positive effect. And also in these events, we should talk about the modern way we look at the sun. So thanks for sharing these details with us. And Kerala reminds me that Dr. Annapurni is from Kerala. So I have two requests to you. One is maybe if you could say something about eclipses in Malayalam, since you're trying to make it as multilingual as possible. But other than that also, since you also sometimes work on stars, so there's a question from the internet asking if such eclipses also happen for other stars. So Dr. Annapurni, are you around to answer this?
Yeah, I'm around, yeah. Hi, Samir. Yeah, so just a few things on Malayalam for that matter. മലയാളത്തിൽ അവിടെ അസ്ട്രോണമി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നൈറ്റ് ടൈം അസ്ട്രോണമി ആസ് വെൽ ആസ് ഡേ ടൈം അസ്ട്രോണമി, അത് രണ്ടും പ്രചാരത്തിലുണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് കുട്ടികൾ സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികൾ തന്നെ, കോളേജ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഉള്ളൊരു ഏരിയ ആണ്. ആൻഡ് അതുകൂടാതെ തന്നെ അവയർനെസ്സും ഒരുപാട് തന്നെ ഉണ്ട് അവിടെ. ആൻഡ് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഡിസംബറിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ കൂടുതൽ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട്സ് ഈ ആനുലാർ കാണാമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അതിന്റെ തന്നെ ഒരുപാട് അവയർനെസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഒരുപാട് വർക്ക്ഷോപ്സുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റീസ്, കോളേജസ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ നല്ലോണം സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ഏരിയ ആണ് ആസ്ട്രോഫിസിക്സ്. IUCAA തന്നെ റിസർച്ച് സെന്റേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, കൊച്ചിൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി തന്നെ ഉണ്ട്. എല്ലാ സ്കൂളുകളും കോളേജുകളും അത് പ്രോത്സാഹനമുണ്ട് അതിന്. ആൻഡ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ അവര് ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്ത് വ്യൂയിങ് അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. കൂടാതെ തന്നെ ഇങ്ങനെ എക്ലിപ്സ് ടൈമിൽ ഇത് ചെയ്യരുത് അത് ചെയ്യരുത് അങ്ങനെയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അവയർനെസ് കൂടുതലാണ്. ആൾക്കാർ അങ്ങനെ കാര്യമായിട്ട് ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ആഹാരം കഴിക്കാൻ പാടില്ല, അങ്ങനെ പുറത്ത് വരരുത്, ആൾക്കാർ നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ പുറത്ത് അങ്ങനെ ആ സ്റ്റേറ്റിൽ തന്നെ ആൾക്കാർ ഈ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ വിചാരങ്ങളിൽ പെടാതെ കൂടുതലായിട്ട് പ്രോഗ്രസീവായിട്ട് കാണുന്നുണ്ട് അവിടെ. ആൻഡ് കുട്ടികളും സ്റ്റുഡൻസും കോളേജുകളും ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസും നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട് എക്ലിപ്സും ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ സ്റ്റാർസിനെ പറ്റി. Then I mean that's all I have to say for the Malayalam thing. And for the star, of course eclipses happen, so it's wonderful. We have stars which is like the sun is a single star, but then you have stars are when they are born, they can also be born as binaries, so one star going around the other. And in which case what happens is, if the two stars are in your plane, then obviously one has to go in front of the other, right? So those systems definitely bring out eclipses. So they are called eclipsing binaries. So these eclipsing binaries have light curves, typical light curves, periodic light curves are found, and many such systems are studied, and which are very, very important to understand and measure the fundamental properties of the binaries. And they also help us to calibrate our mass radius relation, etc. So fundamental relations are also calibrated using the eclipsing binaries. So eclipsing binaries are definitely there, and the eclipsing is part of it. You actually get both the eclipses, the big eclipse and the small eclipse. So detailed studies are definitely done using them. Does that answer your question, Samir?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so
Samir, can I bring in a different topic here? So I was looking at the comments. Please. And I think at some point in time, when you did not have any women astronomers in this list of
must have been a very little time.
Yes, there was a comment, and this comment was, why are there no women astronomers? Why are there no women scientists here? So I think this is an important comment. We should not brush it under the carpet. Well, there are some right now, but I think we should talk a little about what are the astronomy institutions. I mean, this is a problem in the sense that we astronomers, physicists, we acknowledge that there are very few women scientists in India. This is not just a problem in India. This is a problem, in much of the world, including in the US, by the way. About the numbers I'm aware of in the US. But we are very conscious about it, and especially the Astronomical Society of India. I don't see Anupama, who's actually the president. She's a woman scientist. She's in fact the president of the Astronomical Society of India. I don't see her here today. But nonetheless, we are, the Astronomical Society of India has a panel which is devoted to looking at these issues and try to address it in a way that we can encourage more women astronomers, women scientists to come up and take up the sciences. Maybe we could discuss a little bit, maybe Shomak and Arnapurni, maybe even Priya, they can talk a little bit about their perspectives on how we're dealing with this and moving forward. How are we encouraging diversity in astronomy?
Well, I mean, this is, I think you highlighted a very important point. I mean, just the participation of some of the major Indian astronomers, women astronomers today in this webcast shows that there are leading women in Indian astronomy. But I think in general, what has happened is that, I mean, we are in India, the number of women who go into science in general follows the trend in the world of in physics. We see worldwide 20 to 30% of students in universities in physics and mathematics departments, much higher in biology. We see a progression in which there are fewer women in the faculty positions and in top directorial positions, even fewer. Happens all over the world. And this certainly is something that we have to reverse. We have to bring in more opportunities for women. And just today, you saw some of the best participants in every way in this discussion. Just brought in the fact that I think gender should not be an issue in science, but it is, and it's not just in science, in many other fields. And we have to make sure to find out, and this is what this group in ASI has done very well, is to find out what the typical problems are in the life of a girl, a woman, in coming into sciences and staying in sciences till the very end, and making it to the top, and then to figure out whether we are doing enough to encourage people to come in. I think an event like this is very good. If I see 4,000 or 5,000 people watch today this webcast, I'm sure half of them are women, and they should feel that the opportunities in science in general and education are there us to encourage people to come into science.
Thank you. Maybe Arnapurni, if you want to add your own perspectives to that, that'd be nice actually for whoever is listening.
Yeah, so thank you for yeah, this is definitely an important point. And as a woman, it is not so easy to rise up in any career for that matter, and particularly in STEM. And there is definitely a kind of a feel or some complex at some point developing, saying that, am I good enough? So that should not be there at all. So when you are even writing an entrance exam to any kind of courses, you feel that, oh, maybe boys would do better than me. So no, definitely not. The girls are definitely good. So the complex should not be there. The girls have to also feel that I can definitely do it, kind of a thing. And second, recent years, you can definitely see more and more number of girls coming into even engineering education, IITs. The fraction of girls are still much less in any courses like that. And even if you look at mathematics, still we'll have to push. People have to more, fraction has to increase definitely over there. And that is to even into the getting into the stream. And then second, sustaining your presence in that field requires a lot of support from the family also, because many things come in your way. So as when you pass out of your post-graduation, the parents start thinking about marriage more than the fact that how will I make my kid or a daughter get into a PhD or a science career. More than that, the thinking is coming from how do you get married. And of course, social pressure is there. That question keeps coming. Oh my God, your daughter is not married? So marriage becomes the priority when compared to continuation of the education. In many cases, you have to literally fight with the family saying that, no, I want to continue my studies. I don't want to get married. So that is definitely a social awareness has to be there. Marriage comes only when a person is ready for it, not because society decides that a person should get married. So that is a difficult thing. And of course, that's not something bad for a person to happen. You can definitely get married. But the problem is that you additional responsibilities, additional division of time against people starts. So in order to have a focused, dedicated time to do research, or dedicated to time to do solve a problem, chase up your passion, you have limited time, because that time everybody has 24 hours a day. So you have to slice that time you have against different priorities. And you cannot deprive someone of your attention who is literally asking for your attention. So it becomes an overwhelming task on the person to carefully discipline yourself to make sure that you take up a problem and address it and complete it. But all that I can tell you is that people who somehow wade through that and become, get married, you have family, or to look after your parents-in-law, your own parents, your kids, everybody together. So you get more and more disciplined at it. You are focused, you are fighting, and your 24 hours is split into too many slices, which partition according to whatever is the need. So you have only one small partition for yourself to do research, and unless and until you're disciplined and focused, that never gets done. So if you look at people who have been able to do all this way through this thing, the strength, or the people, the women who go through this and come out, it's actually quite a bit of a struggle. But then without focus and without discipline, this doesn't get done. It's a huge amount of discipline yourself to get it done. And second thing is, you might have to stop many things which you wanted to do otherwise. You can't. You just don't have time. So focus on whatever, the most important thing and get it done. So for a person, for a woman to attend to so many things and still do it is because at home priority will be that, oh my God, my favorite dish is not made. Mm-hmm. Or someone will come and say that, oh my God, how is your house looking like this? For that person, the priority is that. For a woman who's handling multiple things, nobody looks at that. So that's very strange. Society doesn't understand that. So somebody to wade through this is not very easy. And at many points, you will think that, oh my God, why am I struggling with so many things? So no is not the answer. Don't stop it. Don't stop it. And let other people who are asking for share, let them know what is your passion. And tell them that, look, I will give you a little less time than what you actually are demanding, because I want to take that bit of small part to do what I want to do. And when you, please be happy, because I also need to be happy. I also want to do it. So share the excitement, make them also feel that, I want to do this because I am passionate about it. And I'm also letting you do whatever you're passionate about it. So why don't you let me also do what I'm passionate about? So you have to share the excitement, let them think that, yes, that person also needs time and dedication. And so it's like a game, but then you have to take everybody along. It's not, you cannot stop your personal life because you're doing research. Everything has to go together. It's a package deal.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Annapurni, for sharing this. Yeah. So, I think Annapurni says the challenges that a women scientist faces are probably somewhat more than a man faces and a man faces. And this is something that is not nice, and we should be all aware of this in terms of providing an equal opportunity to everybody. I don't know that Priya has anything to add.
Yeah, sure. Okay, this is something we all like to talk about. And so even when the sessions, thanks Dipendra for bringing out this topic. This is an important one. And when the thing started in the beginning itself, I noticed that, yes, the number of females on this was very, very little. And probably we should have, on behalf of POEC, we should have been careful to see to it that there was a balance. But, it was slightly this thing. But yeah, I would say that the problem is a threefold problem. The first problem is the initiation problem, in the sense the social problem that people think that girls can't do physics and maths, and hence they don't initiate girls into physics and maths, or astronomy for that matter. And so that's the initiation problem. The other problem is, after the girl goes through it, right? She still says she likes it, she does it. Then what happens is that then they comes up with the challenges, right? So if you have a student, a boy with the same kind of challenges, he's not going to face these kind of challenges. He's not going to prove how well he does time management and home management and all these managements. The girl has to all the time prove that she's going to be doing all that, right? And often I always try to do this, that, a lot of girls are given the idea that if you want to be a true professional, then you cannot get married, you cannot have children, you have to sacrifice. And it's really good that today the women we had on the panel, whether it's Annapurni or Prajwal or Harvinder or even me, all of us are mothers, right? So it's not that girls have to be told that you have to sacrifice, motherhood or a personal life just because for the cause of science, right? A balance is possible. And I think the most positive message that can be given to girls are role models, right? If girls actually see other women who are managing it, right? Then they realize that, it's not such a big deal. Yeah, XYZ has managed it, so what's the big deal? I do not need to sacrifice everything so that I get it, I can still have it all, right? So I think as we are building up this, set of role models, which we have even in the Indian astronomy community, I think that's a very positive message that's going out to girls, because they can actually see women who are actually doing it. I agree also with what Annapurni said, that for women it's a tougher deal, because they have to prove that in spite of everything, they will, squeeze out the time, etc., and do it. While a man need not be so disciplined, right? Because he doesn't have to do this kind of balance. So that it's so agreed, it's a much tougher job for women, but there is hope. And like I said, the role models are the message that we can give to the younger generation, that it's all very doable. So I think that's what's important. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Priya. I think it's a difficult topic to bring up, but I think it's important that with so many listeners, I think we talk about difficult topics so we can acknowledge the problem and address it. I'm sorry, Samir, for veering off, but I think you can now take over and take us to the rest of the eclipse. Thank you, everybody.
One of the highlights of this webcast, so it's not just aimed just to show people an eclipse, it's also to inspire people to join science, people of all ages, genders, etc., to join science or at least develop a scientific mentality. And these problems need to be highlighted as well, because that's what science does. It shows off its own problems, its own faults, etc., and then gets rid of them. So rather than hiding things, any other fields. So I think that's been really enlightening, and I can see a lot of comments also thanking us for this discussion. Hopefully this has been inspiring to boys as well as girls, especially with lady astronomers joining in this discussion later. Because I'll just take a moment to say that there was no bias in choosing lady astronomers. It was only a matter of what time they were available, and therefore you might have found a little while when there were no ladies on the screen. Anyway, so I draw your attention back to the eclipse, and as Neeraj had been telling us that the eclipse is being seen over a large part of the world, and in the east, in the African region, it has been over for a while now. India is just about to go out. The moon is just about to go out from the sun's limb, and you can see the feed at top. IIA Hanle continues to be our best feed today, where only a slight part of the sun is hidden. However, we have feeds from China and Taipei in Taiwan, where we have two lovely feeds, both showing a lovely crescent sun, and both of them are going to hopefully come close to the annularity very soon. So we'll keep looking at that. Of course, in India, the feed will end about 20-25 minutes from now, when the moon is completely out of the sun's face, and we'll have the eclipse over. So we have some time for discussions to continue, and I think Neeraj has something to say about eclipses being used, and something about an eclipse on Mars. So Neeraj, can I get you back here?
Yeah, I think my video is off. You may need to turn it on again.
Oh, okay. Please.
Yeah. So thanks everybody in the panel for bringing up the issue of gender. I think it's very important. I'm very happy we had this discussion. And it's not just gender. We want astronomy and all of sciences to be accessible to everybody, which is also why we have multilingual talks today. We want diversity and equity, not just in gender, but also in caste, in class, in language, and so on. I think I think we heard some really awesome stuff today about it. To go back to what Annapurni had said earlier about eclipses and other stars, I also want to kind of tell people about eclipses within the solar system itself. There are some beautiful videos taken by satellites, our own satellites in space, of the solar eclipse in both directions. What I mean is, there's some amazing videos of satellites which are imaging the Earth, and you can see this fuzzy shadow of the moon going across the Earth's surface, taken from space, and it's just amazing. So please do go search for it online. There are quite a few of them. But then there are also videos taken by solar telescopes in space, like High Node and so on, which actually look at the sun and then photograph the solar eclipse. And that's just completely different from how it looks like to us. And those are, I think those are two very different views of the solar eclipse from what we used to. I think people should go Google them and find out. But I also recently discovered, I thought it was fantastic, that we have a tiny little car or a vehicle on Mars called Curiosity rover, launched by NASA long back. And Mars has satellites going around it. Like we have the moon, it has two satellites, Phobos and Deimos. Phobos is a bit bigger than Deimos. And Curiosity rover actually has taken images of Phobos eclipsing not completely the sun, but a large part of the sun as seen from Mars. And there's some time-lapse videos you can see online. So I thought that's really cool that not only do we know eclipses from Earth's surface, we have seen eclipses from space, of the Earth, falling on the Earth, but we also now have a video of a solar eclipse from the moon by its own satellite. I think it's really cool, so from Mars, by its own satellite. I thought people should go see that as well.
Thanks, Neeraj. I mentioned earlier, I think people who missed, you will mention again that eclipses happen with many planet and satellite systems. So sometimes the satellite is quite big as compared to the size of apparent size of sun from the planet. So you see total eclipses. Sometimes satellites are quite small as compared to the apparent size. So you can see partial eclipses and annular eclipses, but not total eclipses in those cases. Earth Moon is a unique system where we are able to see both total eclipses as well as annular eclipses. The size of lunar disk as we see from Earth and size of solar disk as we see from Earth, they are just almost similar. So with a slight variation in Moon's orbital distance from Earth, we can see both the phenomena from Earth.
Yeah, and I think one thing to realize is that it's not just during an eclipse that the shadows happen, right? All objects in the solar system shine by sunlight reflected off them, and therefore all bodies in the solar system have their shadows traveling behind them all the time, right? It's not as if the shadow of the moon exists only during a solar eclipse. The shadow of the moon goes behind the moon all the time. The shadow of the Earth goes behind the Earth all the time as they go around the sun, right? And sometimes these shadows fall on each other's bodies, other objects as well, fall on each other, and that's when you have eclipses. We've been looking at, for example, for hundreds of years, we've been seeing the shadows of Jupiter's satellites fall on Jupiter, for example, right? And in fact, there was a famous experiment where the timing of these eclipses on Jupiter by its own satellites led Romer to derive the speed of light very accurately, right? And therefore, these shadows, every body in the solar system has its shadow, which goes along with it all the time. You can't escape your own shadow, like people say. And these shadows sometimes fall on other objects. That's pretty much it. Nothing more than that. But when it does occur and you're in the shadow, it makes for an amazing, beautiful sight, like we are seeing right now.
In fact, it might be a good thing to imagine how things would look like on the moon. Suppose you're on the moon on a lunar eclipse, and then we would have a total eclipse of the sun by the Earth, which would be actually quite a spectacular event. But we are lucky that we have the moon, which can cover the sun 100% and for quite a bit most of the time. Today, of course, we had only the annular eclipse in which a slight ring was seen. Now in China, we see that the moon is almost about to cover the sun, and we may want to keep looking at that field. While waiting for it, of course, we have so many scientists here who also guide a lot of students here. So while he's here, may I ask Dipankar maybe say something about careers in astrophysics or solar physics, since it is your specialty. There are lots of teachers listening in. So
yeah, sure. Thank you very much. So I think this is very important subject area. how to attract the most bright students for generally for research, and then that too for astrophysics, because astrophysics is not taught in in undergraduate or postgraduate studies that much. But that's not actually too much required as well, because astrophysics is not a very different branch of physics. It is an application of physics only. So only thing, the awareness about the possibilities of different institutions and different kind of research programs. In that, of course, solar physics is the branch which I work, and the Bindu is also online. We have been, attracted to quite early. But having said that, when I joined the PhD program, I had no knowledge about the sky or for the sun at all. Somehow, after doing the first year coursework and so on and so forth, we felt, some of us felt that, solar physics is a good branch to, verify some of your knowledge of physics. So there are now opportunities within India. Of course, IUCAA leads this information to the different university sector, being a university nodal center. And some of us who are there in somewhat isolated research center, we take this as a big responsibility to let others know that such opportunities exist. In a way, what you have organized today, thanks to Astronomical Society of India, and I must thank actually Neeraj, who was the first driver of this program. And now you are, Samir and Aniket, you are taking the baton forward. These are very important avenue as well. So through your platform, the public outreach and education. So this is an integrated program actually. We could now reach to youngsters, and there are many research institutes within the country who offers PhD program. There are certain institutes who offer also integrated PhD programs, and they're all available. So that I think it's a good opportunity.
Having annularity in China, in the China feed. So this.
All right. Okay.
Just wanted to point that out to people. It's being made full screen now, of course, and please enjoy that.
Yeah. I will just go out and see the last phase of the eclipse from outside. So we are still having a last phase now from next.
Yes, of course.
Samir, I have to unfortunately leave now because I have another engagement. So I wanted to say bye to you and to all of you, you and Aniket, who particularly put in, and Neeraj, put in this effort to do this. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you, and I hope that we've been able to reach out in a way that we provide some excitement of what we are involved in about sciences to the general public. And I hope that some of these people who have been listening to us today, at some point in time, will come visit our institutions. IUCAA does a fantastic job of outreach.
We are going into the annularity ring right now in China.
Right. So bye.
Right.
And we can actually see the moon slowly moving across the sun. It's an amazing sight. Let's all enjoy, and then you leave. We won't let you go before that.
Yeah, because it's not often that I think we can actually see something in the sky moving, which we can perceive directly, right? And now for the next 2-3 minutes, you can visualize the moon actually moving in the sky, and I think that's amazing. That's very special.
Right. We only know it moves 13 degrees in a day, but this is the real thing.
So if you look at the sky now, and maybe after an hour or 2 hours, you can see things that moved. Sun has moved, stars have moved, but to actually perceive directly the motion, every few seconds is very rare, and this is probably the only way we can actually do that. And I think that's brilliant. Now it's a perfect ring.
The edge is coming. Edge of the moon is coming close to the edge of the sun. Lovely capture and a very good capture. And we may happen to see the Bailey's beads.
So we've seen the annular eclipse now 3 times so far, 4 actually, and maybe we'll do one more in Taiwan after a little bit.
It's absolutely fantastic, this feed from China.
Breathtaking. Just waiting for the Bailey's beads. There you go. Just a tiny bit of the sun now remaining till the 3rd contact, and there it is. Okay, so the moon has passed across the sun's lit up face. And this is the biggest crescent that you will see in the sky. This gives us the correct reason why we call it annular. Annular means a ring of, let's say, fire, or we could, as solar physicists say, a ring of fusion that we are seeing out there on the of the sun's face, hidden by our own satellite, the moon, which is by coincidence about 400 times smaller than the sun, while it is also 400 times closer than the sun to us. So this ratio puts it at the perfect place to let us see this amazing sight in the sky. And the eclipses do happen often, and you know that there was a annular eclipse seen from India in December, and you're seeing one right now. But other than that, this month itself has had 3 eclipses, 2 lunar and 1 solar. And this is more because the sun and the moon and the earth need to be aligned in a proper line, and that happens only during certain periods when the orbital plane of the moon coincides with the orbital plane of the earth around the sun. So this is what we are seeing happening right now. This is moon at the node where the plane of the moon's orbit cuts the Earth's orbit around the sun. And we've just seen the result of that lovely coincidence happening here. An annular solar eclipse has just been witnessed, and we've, through this feed, witnessed it so many times. So I can't feel far more exhilarated by any other thing on the internet now, I think.
There's one more annular eclipse coming from Taiwan soon.
So
I remember seeing a lovely picture. I forget which year. There was a picture, I think, from the US a few years ago, where a partial eclipse like this was, the sun was rising as a partial eclipse, and this photograph was taken from a highway in the middle of nowhere, right? And then you could get these horns. You get these horn like partial eclipse rising up, and it was just beautiful.
Yes, so astrophotography is something you can revel in, especially during eclipses, because it's an unearthly sight, and if it's particularly happening close to the horizon, you can get amazing, zoomed in shots of the sun, moon combined.
Very earthly sight.
Well, yes, it's actually an only earthly sight.
Right.
Right. Any reactions, Professor Rai Chaudhary?
No, great. I mean, I was looking through social media right now for people posting pictures of their experiences. It's absolutely amazing and overwhelming. And I love the way, I mean, as Neeraj also said before, that he's sitting in South Africa, I'm sitting here in Pune, and we are watching the same eclipse progress all through the world, which is not where we are. And through the social media, we can see all this. This is absolutely fantastic. I'm waiting for the Taiwan view. But people doing things in very creative ways, looking at taking pictures, both through the internet as well as going out. If you look at astrophotography, you talked about people, as I said, doing various innovative things with pinhole cameras. I told earlier about how you can use the gaps between the leaves on the ground, and people producing wonderful pictures of them. Here in IUCAA, we have a dome in which we have these holes that represent stars, and those pinholes in the dome have produced lovely crescent sun images on the ground. And we just looking at the pictures from Dorje Angchuk from Hanle, not just producing this lovely feed, but he's produced these lovely pictures of creatively crafted masks of pinholes, and then have projecting pictures of those on the ground. Lovely, lovely, wonderful. So this is, social media is just full. Instagram, you will just see how many pictures are coming of people's own experiences. And this is where, I mean, we're talking of 1980. Somebody said here that they were not allowed. I mean, Neeraj said, and other people said, we're not allowed to go out to watch this. This is not just in India, all over the world. People were afraid of watching eclipses. Now, if your mother doesn't want to let you go out of the house, switch on the internet, you can watch the eclipse. I just was on a TV channel fighting with an astrologer and a tantric who were saying that pregnant women should not watch the eclipse. I said, what do they do at night when you have a shadow of the earth, right? So, this is the kind of thing. So these things bring the universe into our lives on these rare occasions, and I love that. I love the fact that people are engaging with the sun and the moon and the universe right now. That's the best thing here.
And as you mentioned that we are watching from different continents and we are getting feeds from different continents, the International Astronomical Union's theme, Under One Sky, okay, really comes alive in such moments.
Aniket, I wanted to also mention one quick thing before I go, and that is, eclipse has featured in literature quite a lot. I mean, you and I can think of our favorite stories, or the famous Tintin, of course, Prisoner of the Sun, when Tintin, gets off because he knows exactly when the eclipse is. That is taken essentially from a Mark Twain novel called, Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, where the same thing happens. If you know when, so eclipses play wonderful, in fiction as well. In our myths, I was thinking about whether we remember incidences like the eclipse from the Mahabharata, where when Jayadratha dies, for example, the sun is eclipsed probably. And wonderful thing was we saw an eclipse from Kurukshetra today, right? So and so think of the connections between a possible solar eclipse that happened probably during the Kurukshetra war and today. So eclipses are in our lives, in our myths, in our fiction, in our stories, in our tales, and this is when people go out on occasions like this and actually experience the real thing. And I think it's much larger than life, much larger than what we do as scientists studying these things. It just connects people to these events.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this feed also helped us to see how it was changing from the western part. It went on to we had almost close to annular eclipse in Hanley, and then moved on, and then as and when the time changes, it moved on to the east. So it's not like it's happening throughout the region at the same time. So you can see the progression, and you can see that as and when the angle, when the Earth is rotating, so different parts get the umbra. So that is when you have the eclipse happening. So we understand, if you think about why it is happening, it's also a particular occasion to analyze why this is happening. So in real terms, where are these bodies located? What are their dynamics makes it happen? So everyone has to be more curious to understand why is it happening. So here in this demonstration itself, we saw that we had close to totality at different regions at different times. So I really urge people to think more on various aspects of it.
I also wanted to add in this that it is great that we could make such progress right now, that we can predict eclipses to great accuracy. We know exactly when they will happen, where they will happen. In fact, you can go to some websites which even give the predictions for hundreds of years from today, right? And so this tells us how we have been able to understand this physical phenomena, understand all the parameters that are required in order to even predict what is going to happen in the future.
Right, and I'll just draw your attention to the feeds on the from the various places that we have. We had our good luck to see the Chinese annular ring right now. The one at the bottom from Taipan is not going to be annular, and so it has just passed its maximum phase. It's going to be a nice crescent, but it's too south to be an annular eclipse. At the Hanle feed, you can see that the moon is slowly just going off the face. So that's kind of bringing us close to the end of this lovely session, which has seen all of you participating with such enthusiasm and sharing with the viewers and maybe their families who are also watching along the minute aspects and the important learnings from the eclipses. So we could just wait a little bit more, and maybe I could ask any of you if you want to point out any particular astronomical event other than an eclipse which you would like people to see and which is coming up in the near future.
So, I mean, Venus and Mercury transits are beautiful as well, right? I need to check when it's going to come next.
Not Venus transit, but Venus is not going to come near future, but
our lifetime.
Right. Yeah, but no, these are beautiful. That's what I'm saying. These are one of the amazing phenomena that you can see when the disk of these planets it moves on top of the sun. But eclipses of the moons of Jupiter, right? Those are really beautiful. Like if you have even a 6-inch telescope, IUCAA has all these programs where you can actually grind your own telescopes. And so if you have a 6-inch telescope, I have done it myself as well. You can look at Jupiter, and if you're looking at it at the right time, then you can see the shadow of a moon sliding around the disk of Jupiter as well. So right now you cannot get a view of how it would be looking for someone from outside, so someone in space and looking on the Earth, how the shadow of the moon is moving around the Earth. But you can see something like this if you are going to look at the eclipse phenomena happening for the Jupiter and its moon system.
That's a full curve here. That's where we slowly.
So we have the last contact at Hanle. The moon has exited the solar disk.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that you can see a clear sun, no spots. The sun is not at all active now, so it's very quiet sun. And its full disk is so clean. No blemishes.
Amazing that our viewers watched the entire Hanle feed from the beginning to the end. And it's been wonderful there. I think there were no clouds at all.
There were a couple of minutes close to the maximum, like a few minutes there were some passing clouds. Beyond that, I mean, besides that, it was quite clear. And also the feed didn't break, so that's also very good.
So we thank you for getting us this feed from one of the best places in India to do astronomy research from, in fact.
Yeah, and we also have a very strong team. They're very motivated team, so that really makes a difference.
Right. So we really appreciate all the efforts that everybody has put into making these feeds possible for everybody to see and enjoy from their homes, not just because of superstitions, but because of this particular ailment that has been going around these days. People have been at home and getting frustrated because there's hardly anything new happening and they want to go out. But yes, we could bring this to their houses, to their homes. They have also been participating in various activities that they themselves can do while they are listening to us. So they've projected images of the sun onto their walls, onto their corners of their houses, through their windows, onto other people's houses maybe. And they've used sieves and other things to see these beautiful shapes made out of small crescents. So it's been a great experience and everybody had fun. We've had around 5,000 viewers at the peak of this, and that's probably just if we add all the other people who are watching with them, that would be a much higher number. So this has been a relatively successful feed. And I also have two team members, Ishan and Atharva, who are working in the background, combining all these feeds and getting all these things correctly placed, etc. on the feed. So I thank them as well. They are part of the IUCAA Science Popularization team. We also have a group of other team members who are working online, who are constantly answering questions. They are from the IUCAA SciPop team as well as from the Astronomical Society of India's POEC team. So it's been a great effort, and I know it's it's slightly sad that we all wish to go to the annularity belt and see it for ourselves, but then we did experience it 3-4 times on this feed. So that's, I think, good enough for now. And I would, of course, like to thank everyone for taking out their time, enjoying this with us, being here for so long, and also for sharing some tea and snacks with us while you were here. That's perfectly okay to do. And now we are all probably looking to go for lunch. So with that, and if there are any other final comments, I would like to slowly bring this session to an end. Aniket, you have final words, and others also are welcome to say something.
Thanks to everybody, all the panelists who took out time on a Sunday morning to spend this time with us, and also answer various questions from the audience. So it is not just one institute or two institutes, a multi-institutional effort. You can see participation from many different institutes and across the country, different parts of the country. So our Indian astronomy community always works together on such projects, and we would continue to doing so in the future as well.
Yeah, I also would like to thank the IAA outreach team and teams at various field stations to bring in all the feeds, and it was like the control room in the auditorium to bring everything and make sure that things work. So yeah.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Aniket and Sameer, for hosting this all together. And Priya,
yeah, it was very nice and
wonderful. And the entire team, Neeraj, wonderful idea. And I think this gives us a template for how we can do such things in the future, bringing in people from all over the country. And in various stages, we can do all-day events if you want on such occasions. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks everybody for organizing it. I know a lot of work went into the background. I know, like Sameer mentioned, people whose faces we're not seeing were sitting at the back, making sure all this is possible. So thanks, everybody. And also, we like doing this because people give back enthusiasm 100-fold, right? And like Sameer mentioned, there are thousands of people who are online and I've been looking at the comments all along, and there's a lot of enthusiasm and interest from the people who are watching it about what we did, and also they want to know more, right? And it is that enthusiasm and interest from the people who like what we're doing that wants us to, that makes us want to do many more such events. So we kind of hopefully feed off each other's excitement about this, because eclipses are after all, astronomers can study eclipses historically, but eclipses are for the people, it's for everybody, not just scientists, it's for the public at large. And it's a grand global science festival. Every eclipse is a global science festival, and I think I'm very happy to be a part of it. Thanks.
It's a biannual festival, so you can continue doing it.
Like all festivals, it will come again. Yeah.
Also, like the multilingual aspect of today's program, I think we covered about 10 languages or so.
Yeah, so that was a really good thing to do.
Very good. And thanks to Ruth, that was fantastic.
Well, I also hope that this actually helps to inspire many of these students who may be listening in, and also their parents, to get their kids into astronomy. And we will be very, very happy to welcome both male, female, all sorts of castes and creeds, everyone into astronomy. This is a unifying field. And we want to see you come up and to study astronomy, do research in all these institutes, and to join us as panelists in the next eclipse at some point. Thanks.
So yes, Priya had to leave, and she's been also coordinating part of this activity. So she says goodbye to everyone. Well, I have to end by acknowledging the presence of Professor Jayan Narlikar, who's been one of the best scientists and science popularizers of the country. And I remember seeing such a feed about 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, in fact. The time has passed. And seeing him on TV live doing a very similar thing. And it's been an aspiration to do the same. And I'm glad that this chance has come to us. I hope this doesn't continue, that we have to do everything online forever because of various kinds of new viruses that keep coming up. But this has definitely been great experience, and we have learned so much about technology, not just of seeing the eclipses, but also showing eclipses and sharing a lot of science with people. We will keep continuing doing this. The ASI-POEC and IUCAA SciPop and all the members from IAA outreach team also, and the other groups who have taken efforts to go out in the field and show us these feeds. We promise that we'll keep bringing you all these events, whatever happens, and we'll keep inspiring you and sharing with you all these excitements forever. So with that, let me close this session, and we'll keep showing you the Hanle, lovely sun from Hanle, which has now completely gotten rid of the moon. So keep enjoying this, and we'll join you again. Do subscribe to our channel, and we look forward to many more resources that we share online with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.